All right. So we are going to move into meditation now. So if you want to get yourself comfortable, and again, if you want to put your phones off or do not disturb, just to create that quiet environment so that you can really give your focus to the inner. Just to let go of any physical or outer distractions. We can close our eyes. Even in closing the eyes, just let that be direct as well as symbolic of not looking into the world, but beginning to look into spirit. And so we want to focus above the eyes into the spiritual eye, the seat of the soul. For this is the place in which we can truly see and perceive that movement of God's loving and begin to even see the light of our own soul. So just look upwards towards that inner light. It often appears as a golden white, or as that action of God's loving reaches down from the spiritual realms and into this physical creation, is often perceived as a purple light. If you see this inner light, just know that this is truly God's loving as it moves, as is known as the Holy Spirit, as the living Word. For within this light actually emanates from that living Word, that sound of God speaking. So listen for the inner sound as well, whether it's literally the voice of God calling you, the soul, home, or listening for the bell, the wind, music, sounds of nature. There's many inner sounds, and if we allow ourselves to focus on the sound as it shows up, it'll draw us into itself and begin to awaken us as well as bring us home. So watch for that inner light. Listen for the inner sound. For it are these two together that make up the oneness of God's loving. So continue to focus upwards into spirit, in which we can witness and experience the truth of this living, loving essence. For we do want this to be experiential. And so we need to let go of our thoughts and beliefs, let go of the emotions, imagination, let go of the physical, as we truly devote as much as we can to that inner spiritual connection, where we find ourselves in that place of loving God and opening to receive God's loving for us. So just be in this place of loving. And so as we keep looking upwards, watching the inner light, listening for the inner sound, just begin to share our loving with God. As we have the sacred name given in initiation, or the spoken name as the Hugh or Anahu. I'm going to chant the Hugh out loud in a moment 3 times, just so we have that frequency and sound just vibrating through us, stirring that loving awake within us. You're welcome to chant along with me or just listen. And you can do it out loud or silently within yourself. So just take in a deep breath. On the exhale, we'll begin. Just continue chanting and allowing that sound to bring you into that loving. As we move into a time of silence, you can chant out loud or inwardly. And just let that sound and vibration awaken you to that loving that is divine, where you and God are one. just begin to gradually allow your attention to come back to the seat of the soul, being aware of that movement of loving that settles at the top of the head and begins to pour through the body. Just allowing it to move in you and through you so that it blesses every aspect of your beingness. And let it continue to flow beyond you, blessing everything in your life and the world around you. Just let God's grace unfold and allow it to move by just maintaining an openness and vulnerability, ever keeping your eye on God. We'll just take a few more moments just to allow that loving to fill us to overflowing. And as you're ready, you're welcome to open your eyes if you wish, or you can keep them closed. If you need to move or drink water just to come more present, that's fine too. Okay, wow.
Okay.
That's all good.
The scarlet thing is on too?
Mm-hmm. It's on, see?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, I know I started having a lot of fun and goofing off and playing, and it's nice to have that at times because of the freedom. It's what we all want is the freedom, just freedom of choice, freedom of expression, because that freedom is one of the aspects of the soul that in God's loving, we have freedom to do all this. And of course, as we come into this creation, it begins to restrict that freedom. And that's just part of what comes with the mind and the emotions, imagination, and body, this physical universe. So in this pathway, obviously we're going now back. Instead of into limitation and constriction, we're now expanding back into that freedom and all the joy and loving that comes with us. But there's also this other part, if you will, that this pathway truly is a very deeply devotional and sacred pathway, that it really is solely, pun intended, about your relationship with God, just between you and God. Even though I know we have classes and we share, we'll, have groups of people, but truly this pathway is just really between you and God. And that takes place in the meditation. And that meditation is really that time for us and God for that deep devotion. And part of what I have learned in devotion is also by giving it my full attention, complete focus, in other words, not just going through the repetition, not just chanting the name, not just whatever, but truly entering into this time of meditation as a devotional practice of actually loving God, having a very clear understanding and intention in what I'm doing. And that's what makes it sacred. Because, we often think of God or refer to God as divine, as sacred, or that word devotion, or maybe dedication, or commitment, or agreement, or whatever that is in you that speaks to you in that way. But it is truly the deepest level of relationship we can have. One, it's not of this world. Because every relationship in this world, whether it's with people, places, things, circumstances, tangible, intangible, it's all transitory. Even our thoughts, right? Look at our thoughts, how transitory. Our feelings, transitory. Our fantasies, transitory. The body, transitory. But that focus with God is always there. Yes, eternal and forever. But it takes us time to come to that place, to realize the importance of it, and really that it is the most important thing to us. And that can take a long time to come to that place. So of course, we have all the words you hear and hear, like you might in other places, whether it's devotion or discipline, dedication, and taking the actions, taking the time. So yeah, you have all of that, like you would in any religion, in any practice, even an exercise routine, a dietary routine, right? You have all of that. And those are the outer motions, circumstances, the setup to support ourselves for whatever it is that we're intending to do, whatever it is we're focused on. And what I have found is that when I can really approach my meditation that way, that's what makes the difference. It's not about, do I see the purple light or not? It's not about, oh, am I having a good meditation or not? Oh, my mind's busy, I just can't seem to get into it today. I keep falling asleep. Yeah, those are all the circumstances that are transitory. But I've found that when I make the sincere attempt to really just not only focus on God in meditation here at the seat of the soul, but literally to devote myself. In other words, to give myself to it, to be all in. That's what it takes to really get the most out of it, put the most into it. And most of us are so caught up in our thoughts and feelings and fantasies and expectations and disappointments with what's going on in our physical life that we allow that to distract us, yes, but to keep giving our attention to that we don't really take the time to really put that level of focus into what I'm trying. As you can notice, I'm literally trying to convey that devotion right now, but yet I know I can't because, yeah, the words I can use to describe it, but it is truly that inner experience in the essence of it that is just a deep, deep place that when we go into it, it just opens to that fullness of God's grace. And that's where we experience that river of loving, where we truly find ourselves in that movement. That it, when we open to it, will move us to that deep, deep place where we will find ourselves not only in a deep place of gratitude, but an inner knowing. And we have these tears that come up because it taps into the depths of our loving. And those depths of our loving really is that depths of the loving that is God. You know, another thing I've been kind of looking at this last week or so is around how, I remember the years past where we would talk more about the metaphysical. And I know in the current many years, we talk a lot about the LAF and how to love, accept, forgive ourselves and things going on in the world and with others and our relationships with all this as well as with God. But yet, there tends to be more of a surface level. And that's all good because we've got to work with that to open those doors in our consciousness to go to these deeper depths of spirit. But if we can realize and have that as our true intention in all this inner work we're doing with the LAF, taking responsibility for our thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions, doing the meditation itself, doing service, all of that we talk about here all the time, we can realize all of that truly is simply, and yes, simply, moving into our oneness with God. And that's the only place we experience that depth of devotion and loving and gratitude that I'm attempting to speak of right now. But we have to have that as our intention. We need to clarify that. Why are we doing what we're doing? Why are we here in ILM? If you got initiated, why did you get initiated? Why are you listening to this talk right now? Why are you doing the meditation when you do the meditation? Are you just going through the motions? What is the reasoning? What's the importance and the value there for you? And maybe it's time to take a look because we'll go through these phases where we'll be maybe really focused and then we're just doing it just because it's our routine now, so we don't have that depth, and then it's more on the surface. And again, that's just part of life. It's how it goes, like anything. But if you are one who's been finding yourself falling asleep, distracted more, you can't seem to quite get into meditation, and maybe it's been going on for a while for you, that's what I'm talking about. Sometimes we need to take a step back and take a good look at what we're doing and to reevaluate why we're doing it and the importance of this to us. Because I know a lot of us really do look at trying to bring spirit into the world, asking and praying that God really make our lives better. And it's often really focused on ourselves and our lives. I mean, to some degree, we're all pretty self-centered. I mean, for real, I am too. We're all pretty self-centered because we all want to feel good. We all want to be happy. We all want to have more peace. We all want to, feel loved and give love. It's common to everybody. But what are we doing internally to really create that space inside of us? Because we know that's where it comes from. As much as we go looking around the world, as much as we try to have loving relationships and friendships and loving experiences, we're all looking for that. Let alone just trying to survive and make our way through this world, right? But ultimately, that's what we're really looking for, even in trying to survive and make our way through it, is in doing so in hopes of having some peace and loving. But at some point, when life has dealt us a few bad cards when we've had enough stress or hardship. Something at some point will get us to really look, to shake us up, to really begin to look deeper inside. And that's not a bad thing. When we have what we would call more negative experience in life, or traumatic or dramatic, and maybe real hardships or challenges, those are the times that it is shaking us up to pay attention, to really look, what is most important to us? What are we doing? Not only what are we doing with our lives, what are we doing inside of ourselves? Because that's really where all life emanates from. All of our outer experience emanates from within. And we follow that, we move with that. But it's up to us to turn that attention back inwards if we truly want to have that greater depth into that sacred place of devotion. Because it is sacred. When we really do it, it in itself is sacred, just because of the level of devotion and that clarity of our intention and purpose in doing what we're doing. The main thing I have found, though, we have to get beyond ourselves and truly start making it about God, not about ourselves, not about, God, please come in, make things better for me. But it's got to, at some point now, where we are willing to let go of our lives and everything in it, but even let go of ourselves and make it all about God. What don't we hear, Jim, all the time? God first, God only, right? That's what I'm talking about. I try to give ideas. How do we do when we talk about like God first, God only? How do we do that? That's what I'm talking about now. It has to come from within. But we see why we give the storylines and share like we do here, so that we can see what is going on in life, what we're doing in our lives, where our focus is. Because yes, there are the phrases like, to thine own self be true, be yourself, be true to yourself, love yourself. But you see, it's still focused on self. And that's a good thing, because it begins to pull your attention now where you've placed it in the world. It begins to pull it out of the world and back to self, which is the first step in now moving into that self-love. But if that's all we're doing, we're going to become self-centered, and we're going to become more insensitive to others and their needs. Have you done that? Have you noticed where you become so centered on yourself that you get more irritated and frustrated with people around you, and you think they don't care about you? They're not giving you enough love. They're not doing things the way you want it. Those are indicators when you become more self-centered. Pay attention to that. And you'll hear feedback from others. People will say, golly, man, you're being spiritual and doing all this, but how come you become so insensitive or uncaring to others? It's all about you. Those are feedbacks from the universe around us, if you've been hearing that from other people. So we ever have to watch that as we do the self-love, that we don't now become just centered on ourselves, but rather now as we take that love within, and what do you hear us all the time? And give it up to God. You've got to do that part. Take all that love in, take all whatever, but remember to give it up to God. In other words, you've got to make it about God again. You can't even make it about what you're giving up to God. You've got to give up to God to open yourself so you can now make this about God. And I realize man, it took me years to get okay with even the word God, just because of all the things with religion and things in the world is always a put off for me. And I know it is for a lot of people. And here now I say it more than I ever do. But that's because I've come to that realization that it needs to be all about God if we truly, truly want to get liberated and move back into our oneness with God. And the truth is, once you have the experience, you're going to realize that that's all it's about anyway. I didn't know that until I literally came face to face with God. And when I had my own personal experience and realized, oh my God, God is real, not some concept, not some belief, not some hope or prayer. Like, when you die, hopefully you'll go to heaven and meet God. None of that, but a real living experience. That, of course, changed me forever. There's no question or doubt. Before it was trusting and faithing and going through the practice and the teachings and utilizing it to get to that place. And then, of course, not only meeting God, but then moving eventually into the true oneness with God. It's a progression, an awakening, a merging, a process. I'm trying to share here what it truly takes to do that. So now, a lot, you guys have heard me over the years saying one of my favorite things that I do every meditation that I often start that way is I surrender. I surrender. And I literally, it's like opening up and surrender, where you just become vulnerable and let go of any attachments, let go and surrender anything you're holding on to, including whatever thoughts or feelings or fantasies or things going on in your life. You surrender, you let go, so that you can now focus in and up on God. But I found something recently. I've been looking at that, especially the last few weeks, and especially just even a week ago or so. I realized something in all the surrender, even though it works, and it's actually one of the best things I've discovered. Even in saying I surrender, I realize part of that focus has been on what it is I'm surrendering or giving to God. I went, oh my goodness, I am looking down into the world on what I've got to let go and give up in order to go to God. That's not God first and God only. That's the world first and then God. So I've been experimenting, looking at all this. And please, I want to make this clear. Everything I'm sharing here, I'm doing the best I can to put words on an inner experience, what moves internally. So it's just words to describe it in hopes that those, you all listening, that you may begin to become more aware of what that is in you. That's all the words can do, is give that so that hopefully it pulls your awareness, that you begin to pay attention and see these things within yourself. So as I realized what was going on in my surrendering, which was still an awesome action, but I realized, gosh, I wonder if there's a way I can do this that now really is more focused on God rather than this that I'm trying to let go of. It still has the same intention and purpose, which is why it works. But I'm like, let me see if I can work it better, more effective. And the first thing that came in my awareness when I was looking at this was bow down in devotion. So literally, instead of Lord, I surrender, I literally just looked up to God and said, I bow down. Actually looked up, right, and bowed down. Looking up on the inner eye and bowing down as far as these eyes and everything. So I went, I bow down to you, God. And I went, oh my God. And as soon as I did that, and this is internally, I'm just laying in bed still on my back, focused here, meditating. And literally it's like, I bow down to you, God. So I did it as an internal action. And as I did it internally, there was a real move. I literally felt a movement in my consciousness up here where there was a bowing down as if I had with my body bowed down. And you can do it with your body. I've done that too. That can work. Call it bowing, kneeling, prostrating, whatever you want. That form of like prayer devotion. But I just did it internally. Lord, I bow down to you. So guess what? My focus was on God, but in the bowing down, I still had the same experience of surrendering. In other words, letting go of all the things that were standing between me and God, causing the separation. That happened automatically, but my focus was on God and bowing down to God. And instantly I felt all this move and just the floodgates open. I mean, just like that. I didn't have to go through a process like I do with the surrendering of letting go, which is a type of forgiveness. And literally the bowing down, it was instantaneous. And just like that, all this loving started flooding in. I mean, wide, flooding in, way more than doing the surrender. Lord, I bow down to you. And the focus is all on God. And that's the other thing with bowing down. We're bowing down our physical consciousness and opening up the spiritual, which this is the most direct, obviously. Of course, here the spiritual eye, but here the whole crown. When you bow down, you open up the whole crown to all of it. So there was a much greater flow and experience of loving and doing this. So I've been working with that ever since, doing that, and it's been just absolutely wonderful. So I've even taken what I've been doing for years and evaluating, looking at. I continue to do this to this day for myself. And here, just even the last few weeks, and then this last week, coming to this place of the bowing down, that took surrender to a whole nother level for me. And here's the awesome part of it. As soon as I bowed down, because the loving was so much fuller and deeper, it moved me. The loving moved me into this amazing devotional place within me. And that's the part I'm talking about. That deeper devotion of not only how do we get there, as I'm describing, but being in that, what that is, what goes with that, the experience of it. And it just opened up this deeper place of devotion within me, which of course just took me, I don't even know what to say, to greater places. And so if we can find a way to do that bowing down for ourselves, and maybe exactly the same as I'm describing, you have to experiment for yourself and go by your experience of that. But whatever it takes to really make it about God and realize devotion is a major key to opening that door to that greater depth of loving. And that's what we're doing here. So each of us has to find that greater depth of devotion within ourselves to experience that greater depth of loving. But if you are willing to give your attention as well as have the intention and take the time to do this, that level of intentionality as well as your attention is what is going to move your meditations to another level. It will open things up. So if you've been on a plateau, if you've been falling asleep, things seem stagnant, I'm sharing with you now how I have found to move beyond all of that, to open things back up so you have that greater flow and experience of loving once again in your own devotional practice. Remember what meditation's about. Your relationship with God. Just that, simply that. The wonderful thing is when you really make it that, all the other things you're praying about, all the questions you have, all the other thing you're seeking answers and clarity for in your life, it's a funny thing when you're willing to let all that go and just spend time with God directly in this deep devotion. Those things always get answered. They always get taken care of. They always get cleared and let go of what can be. And that which simply needs some other action, that opens up because God's loving fulfills all of it. Brings all the knowing, the awareness, the experience we need to handle and take care of absolutely everything within ourselves and within our lives all around us. So it's simply a matter of us. The responsibility lies with us, not God, with us. God's waiting to participate with us, but there is a ways and means that we need to do in order for that relationship with God to do with us. Right? We've got to do our part, in other words. I hear so many people waiting for God to do it for them. Right? Well, God put me here, God put me there. Like we're the victim to God. I mean, I hear people say this all the time, thinking that's a great thing. And on one level, yeah, it can seem like it. But when I see somebody doing it in a way that they're actually being a victim to God now, that doesn't work. And I know it can sound like that when we're saying surrender to God, devote yourself to God, give yourself to God. So then it's all God, right? Well, yeah, of course, in the greater scheme of things, it's all God. And the way this creation is set up, there is a certain way it works in a process. So we've got to work it the way it works. In other words, that taking responsibility means it's up to us to do these things, then to move into that place with God, where in a sense, God is doing us. But if God is doing us, it's because we are doing God. Not the victim to God. We're doing God, and then God does us. That's where we're in partnership and relationship. But if we don't have that internally, because we haven't done the work, we haven't done the meditation, we haven't done that opening where we know that through our experience, then we're playing games with ourselves. And literally, he's going to say pretending to be the victim, but I guess that's really what we're doing when we are the victim. We're just pretending anyway. So let's go beyond the pretending and start moving into a reality of experience. So don't be God's victim. Be God's partner. Be in relationship. And this is the way to do that. So please realize it does take work. It does take time, but it moves us into the experience. And as we move into that experiential process of loving and oneness with God, then we and God are one and all moving together. But there's no victimness. And then we're not self-centered. Because believe me, when we're making about God, that's more important than ourselves. Remember what I was saying earlier? If we become self-centered and we realize all the reaction we have with everything around us and other people are noticing and giving us feedback on that, that's letting you know you've become self-centered. You're not making it about God. But when you make it about God, guess what happens? Everything you need is the self that you were trying to do the self-love, the self-care, the self-healing with. That all happens and even more. And it does spill over with others so that your love then will reach out to others And they're going to experience the love with you rather than saying, God, you're so self-centered. It's always about you. What about me in your life? Well, when it's always about God and God only, that incorporates you and everybody around you. There's no self-centeredness. It's about every self because God is in every self. So when we make it about God, that's just the natural, ordinary experience that comes with it. These are signposts to pay attention to in your life. It helps you to realize, wow, am I on track? Am I in alignment? Am I really doing God the way this doing part works to move into the beingness? Or have I become self-centered? Or there's even that other part, right? Where you're not only, instead of self-centered, you're centered on others, where you're trying to people please and you are now, in a sense, giving your power away to others. In a sense, you've bowed down to them, where you feel walked over, abused, and used, all those feelings, disrespected, devalued, all that, put down, suppressed. That's what comes when we literally make others more important. In other words, instead of self-centered, I guess, that's where you are the victim, where you have now made others more important than you. And again, the flip side of that is where now you're more important than others. That doesn't work either. It's two sides of the same coin because it's about me and them. Never going to work. You play duality, never going to find a balance, never going to be happy, ever, ever, ever. And that's what most people are doing, even on the spiritual pathways. But when we truly do and learn how to live in this relationship with God, as I'm sharing today, all of a sudden things start to work in all the relationships around us. Even if it's a relationship where we don't even talk with somebody because maybe that's how that relationship works best, where you don't talk. What's another way of saying that? It's allowing each person to have the freedom and the space to do what they need to do for themselves. We're not trying to please them or make things better or worse for them. We're not doing that for ourselves either. We're just allowing things to be loving, to be neutral, to be accepting the way they are. And that right there, you just heard what I said and can really move inside of yourself to allow things to just be the way they are. That is true acceptance. That level of acceptance where you don't have to try to change things, change others, change yourself, change circumstances, change anything. When you can come to that place of beingness and just accept things the way they are, guess what? All of a sudden it changes. And then it's always better. Because in that change, you now in this allowing and openness and truth have bowed down to God and made it about God. That's actually what's happening. Even if you're unconscious of it and you're just doing it, not realizing what you're doing, you'll get the same results. It's just nice to be more conscious of it because then you can be not only more intentional, but then you can realize how it works and you can do it more and more conscientiously, with intention, with consciousness, with focus. Because once you really experience how it works, you're going to want more of that experience. And then when you do it, how much better you feel, how much happier you are, how much more peace and joy you have, and not all the drama in your life, you're going to want to do it more just for that. But then you're going to see what a wonderful service that is for others, because others will get freedom and experience love and acceptance by just being around you because of what you are doing within yourself. That's all Jim and I are attempting to do, by the way, like when we do Q&A or we do any kind of counseling, any of that. And that's where the Holy Spirit can come through and we can each really receive that greater fullness of loving. And then loving truly does everything, transforms everything, releases us from the things we're trying to forgive and let go of and get away that's causing all the turmoil and the tormenting inside of ourselves. This is how you get free of that. Okay? I hope those of you who really are seeking and desperate right now are really hearing this, because it's often in those desperate times where we're so traumatized and stressed out that we just can't seem to hear things because we're more caught up in our trauma than we are listening to here's the way out of all that trauma. Right? There's always a way out. We just don't see it when we're caught up in the trauma. That's why it's good, like listening to a talk like this today, and then going back and repeating it, listening to the recording over and over. Let it sink in. Give it your attention. I'm devoted to listening to talks. I listen to talks almost every single day. It's the beginning of my meditation to help bring me into the focus and inspire me. And often listening, I'll be moved. I'll feel the Holy Spirit come in right while I'm listening. And man, I just ride with it. I'm like, okay, God, I bow down to you. And just let God take me with it. So in other words, I'm doing my part. We have to do God to experience the beingness that doesn't just happen. It's in what we do and our level of devotion. That's another way. What was the phrase you used to say? That the depth of your love is measured. No, something about measuring by the depth of your love. Oh, do you remember? I know, I can't remember that. That's what keeps showing up. But I'm almost saying the same thing, like the depth of your devotion is the measure of your love. Maybe that's a good way to say it.
That's a good saying.
The depth of your devotion is the measure of your love. Hey, I like that. That's a good one. I know that's not what you said, but it was
But this is
something.
more powerful to the moment.
Yeah, because it's a way to go into the depth of the love is by the depth of your devotion. And the action of it. There again, you hear us all the time talk about action. It's literally an action. It's something we have to do internally. I mean, I've seen people act devotional, no movement of spirit, because it's an act. It's got to be the real thing within you. You can't just go through the physical motions. You've got to go through the internal action of devotion and bowing down. Because that's the real what? Sacrifice. You're willing to give everything up for God because it's all about God and God's the most important thing. God first, God only. And then you get to see what happens around you. But then it becomes more of an outer reflection of what has taken place within you. And the more you can keep doing that, things begin to transform more and more around you. Your relationships, your circumstances, everything begins to just transform, change, and always for the better. Always for the better. And that's what I know a lot of us are seeking. And that's why I'm really emphasizing this today, is because sometimes, again, we get so caught up in all these day-to-day and trying to make our lives better that we don't realize this is how you make your life better, by what we're sharing here about that devotion, about making it God first. That's how your life will become better. But if we're trying to pull God and bring God into earth, right? Heaven on earth, doesn't work. It just doesn't. It's when we're willing to give up earth and make it about heaven or God, is when all of a sudden even the earth starts to work. Experiment. Try it out. I'm just sharing with you what I've done myself over all the 36 years now I've been doing this. All those experiments, you start to learn a few things over time of what happens of working with all this. So All right. Let me just take a moment and see if there's a little more. I like that. The depth of your devotion is the measurement of your loving. Something like that. I think that's it. You ready?
I don't know.
Yeah? Well, we can take a minute. I keep looking to see if there's something more, but more's coming forward at the moment for me. You ready now?
I guess. Well, I would like to first say that what Brian shared today is exactly what all initiates need to hear. And in it is a very key truth that if you listen to it again and again and again, you'll begin to glean it for yourself. And I would really hope that over this next month, you listen to it as much as you can, at least 5 times in the month, if not more, because there is great things to understand in the words that he shared this time that are right now applicable to your inner spiritual life. It's not about the outer, it's about the inner. And it really is about simplicity. It is really about devotion. It really is about where are you focusing? Where are you holding your focus? If you're calling out to God to give me this in the world and give me that, then you're losing sight of what initiation really is all about, what this meditation really is all about, and what soul liberation is really all about. The soul liberation action is not about the world. It's not about involvement in the world. It's about you and God in relationship. And what Brian just shared is a lot of the keys and tools by which to develop that relationship in a greater way. So listen to it several times, because I think that you'll be able to begin picking out more and more of what it is you're looking for and more of what it is you wanted to understand. I would sit and take notes on it as I hear him talking. Keeping your focus on his talk is very key. And one way to do it is to take notes. Then your focus is with the words that are being spoken and let them sink in. If you listen to it a few times, it will begin to sink in, and all of a sudden you'll go, oh, I could apply that in my life. That's where I'm missing something. So it's interesting because what he is sharing is a lot of what I was going through when I was about 23, 24 years old. Because when I was a child, it was very easy. God was just right there, always with me. I was a companion with God, and God was my companion. And I didn't have to look far at all to find God, because God was so close. And I found that to exist until I got into my early teens. And then I got caught up more in things in the world. Things were pulling on me out in the world. And I had to really work at it at times to keep God first and only. And that's just the way that this world works. These bodies are built to maneuver and live and experience in this world, not in spirit. And once these bodies begin to really become activated and needing and wanting and focusing, it's a little more hard for us to keep our focus on God first and God only, because of how the body is responding to certain things around it or within it. So about the age of 23, 24, I really had to really work and rework myself again and again to keep God first. And at times it was very simple. And a lot of what he just said, bowing down before God, actually taking your body and prostrating it to, in a sense, as an outer symbol and letting the body know God is first and we are bowing to God first. We're not bowing to the world. And it does make a difference. So I found that what Brian is talking about now is what I experienced when I was 21, 22, 23 years old. And I had to kind of develop a new way with my body as to how I was going to keep focused on God, how I was going to meditate, how I was going to do my prayer, how I was going to do my spiritual life. And what he's described here is just a perfect, simple statement of a way to do that. Just a perfect, simple statement. You have to remember your body is your partner. Your body is working with you and against you at times. And I know that. I've had that myself. The key is don't let anything run you other than God. Don't let anything run you other than your own soul. Not your body, not your emotions, not your thoughts, not your imagination. And they'll all try to run you. They'll get you caught up in them and trap you if they can. So don't let yourself get trapped. Not trapped in any of those elements of this physical creation. But keep your eye and your focus on God first. Because that's what this pathway is about. And when you got initiated, however many years ago, you probably did not realize just what this pathway was about or what it was going to mean for you in the future. But now you do. Now you have a better idea of what this pathway is about, and you know the difference between the outer and the inner. And you know that in the inner practice, there's a greater peace, a greater ease, a greater simplicity, a greater means by which to live the spiritual life you've always longed for, not just in this lifetime, but in so many others. I remember one time years ago when I was about maybe 14, I was at a church and the minister was up on the podium talking. And when he was talking, I found these simple feelings and energy coming through. And I almost focused more on the feelings that he was putting out there, this simple, peaceful feeling, than on his words. And as I did, I began to realize that that's where I had disconnected myself at one point. I stopped putting my feelings out to God, my longing, my wanting of God, my needing of God. And I was mentalizing a lot of it at that time. And this minister helped me to begin to realize I'm a whole being, and I have to get my whole being into this action of loving God, of being with God, of focusing on God, not just a part of me. And at that time, I had a teacher who was very mental. Oh my God, very mental. And I think I got caught up in that mental energy that they promoted in the classroom. And it worked. They promoted it, and it really worked. It inspired the students. A lot of us were working harder to learn and to get work done. And part of it was, he said you couldn't get an A unless you did extracurriculum. And I thought, wow, that's not good. I hardly do the work, let alone more, but I did it because he inspired me at that level that he was sharing from at the mind. He inspired me. And I did a lot of extracurriculum work. And I got an A in the class because of it. But I also realized, hearing this minister and feeling these things moving in and around me, that I had lost touch with that feeling component of myself. And it's the feeling that allows us to really truly love God, to love ourselves, to love others. It's not the mind. The mind, it's kind of cold and indifferent when you're talking about loving. The mind doesn't understand what true loving is unless the feelings are there to help it to be able to incorporate the wholeness of the action. So pay attention and see what it is you're feeling, what it is you're thinking, what it is you're wanting, what it is you're trying to get rid of, and see if you can find a way to love it all. And let your feelings come forward in that loving so that you can inspire the mind and the imagination and the other elements of yourself at the physical level to join in with this union with God. And that's what we're doing. Every time we sit down and meditate, we are moving into a union with God. Whether we know it or not, whether we feel it or not, once you begin to chant that sacred name, you are moving into union with God in a great way. Unconsciously, consciously, whichever, it does happen. But let's have it become conscious. Let it become a true action of loving, of devotion, of sharing, of giving, and of receiving. Because true devotion is both giving and receiving. For me, devotion is where I love God and I know and I'm aware and I feel God's loving for me. It is that process of giving and receiving. That's the one thing I've always taught about meditation, to spend time every day loving God and allowing God to love you. And I say allowing you to receive God's loving because a lot of us have gotten cold and hard and indifferent and separated ourselves from that action of receiving, not just from God, but from others as well. Because we have gotten hurt a lot of times when we opened up to receive. We've gotten ridiculed. We've had pain brought on us by other people's giving. But when we open to God, God will never hurt us. God will always just love us. And in that loving is everything we long for, we want, we need, that will serve us in ever awakening into God greater and greater. So allow yourself to really look and see how you can simplify your meditations and how you can bring devotion into it if you haven't done so. Because devotion is a great action with this meditation. Devoting yourself to God, giving God loving, opening to receive God's loving. Because God has a great devotion for you, even if you're not aware of it. God is very, very devoted to you because you are a part of God. And God wants to be reunited with itself again. God is ever calling us home. There's a statement that says, "Many are called, but few are chosen." And the key is, we all are called. God is ever calling every divine spark home. Always, 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 always. Sometimes when I go into meditation, I can actually feel and hear the call. And that's why I'm here. That's what I'm doing. That's what Brian's doing. We are responding to that call and doing what we can to help God get people to respond and to do the inner work, to begin to realize for themselves their greater truth and their greater purpose. Once you chose initiation, you became part of the chosen. But you chose God. God didn't choose you. You chose God by saying, yes, I'll get initiated. That's the real chosen part of it. You chose into God, responding, even if you didn't know that's what you were doing, responding to that call of God, calling you home. So be one of the chosen. And after this talk today, I am more inspired to really get up and get going, to talk to people, to share with people, to love people, to let them know they're loved, because that's what God wants us to be doing. And I'm looking forward to going out and doing retreats, doing talks, sharing with initiates and non-initiates, to just do what I can to continue inspiring people to do the meditation. Because the meditation is everything. It is everything. That is the tool, the key, the means by which we can go home to God consciously, lovingly, letting go of all the illusions. And this world is just a big, huge illusion. And yet, because of these bodies, we get caught up in it. We get caught up in the right and the wrong, the yes and the no's, the polarity and the game that polarity plays on us, and internally as well as externally. So allow yourself to let go of the polarity by going into meditation and stay focused on just loving God, God first and God only. That's just one thing. There's nothing more to hold your attention to. And what that will do is it will pull you up to the action of that in spirit. Because that is where the focus is when you focus on loving, when you focus on union with God, when you focus on allowing God into your life. You're pulled up into that which is the oneness of God, the oneness of being, the oneness of purpose, the oneness of truth, out of this world of duality. It's interesting, there are in a sense two gods in the world of duality, that people are ever bouncing back and forth and worshiping this one and worshiping that one. It's God, the creator of all things, the one that we focus on in loving, in meditation. And then there is Lucifer, Satan, Call. You can call him so many different names. And he plays the game of being God in these lower creations. And in the Bible, if you read it carefully, you can read two different statements from two different gods. God, the Father of all, and God, the Lord of this creation. One demands greater things and sacrifice, both internally as well as physically sacrificing animals and so on and so forth. And the God of all just wants to be in loving with you and you in loving with God. And in that we merge back into the union of oneness. So during the day, pay attention and see who it is you're worshiping, if you will, who it is you're focusing on and giving attention to, and who it is that you believe to be the one you're following. If you're doing the sacred name, if you're doing the meditation, if you're opening up to God and sharing your loving with God and receiving God's loving, that is the Lord of all. That's the Lord of your soul. And if it's all these other things around the world and longing and calling out for things of the world, well, for a moment you're really giving more attention to Lucifer. And that's what he wants you to do. He wants you to need and want, and when you get it, you want more. And when you get more, you want more. And it just becomes an endless cycle that leads nowhere. Where when you love God, you receive loving. And it continues to flow as long as we allow it to flow. And there is no limitation other than what we put upon it. But there is no next step, expand into more, expand into more. Loving is loving. And we want to learn how to live into that, choose into that, be that more and more every day. So focus into the truth within yourself. It's very, very simple truth. And if you can get simple in your life, you'll find how to bring spirit into your life more and more every day. The simplicity is loving. The simplicity is God. That's all there is to it. God is loving. Loving is God. And I found it interesting because Brian did have a hard time with the phrase of God. Anything having to do with God when we first started in this practice, he was challenged by. And when he started giving talks, he had a hard time ever saying the word God in his talks because it just wasn't real to him yet. But once it became real to him, there was no stopping him. There was no way that he was not going to say God. And I know when I first started talking, I talked about God all the time. And a lot of people didn't want to hear it. They would leave while I was talking. And I didn't know why they were getting up. I didn't know why they were leaving. But I didn't really care. I knew I just had something I needed to share with people. And those that were ready for it, they would respond. And those that didn't, they would walk on, just as they were right then. But I had people come up after my talks, and they'd complain, why do you talk about God all the time? I didn't come here to hear about God. I can go to church for that. And I said, well, the God I'm talking about and the God that they're talking about at church may be a little bit different. So you might want to listen to what I have to say, and I'll see what I can do, maybe not to use the term God so much. And I really focused on, well, I'll say loving, I'll say peace, I'll say creator, I'll say the force, I'll say whatever to get my words out there. But when I opened up to speak, Spirit was pushing God through my mouth more and more. And so I just said, okay, I'll talk about God, and if they don't like it, then they don't like it. That's the way it'll be. I had people after that, some of them that left, would come back maybe years later and say, all right, I'm back. I'm beginning to believe in God, and I need to know what God you worship, because I've found a number of different gods out there that people are worshiping, even in a church. And I need to know this God that you're talking about because it seems to be simpler and not so complicated with a lot of rules and a lot of things you can and can't do. And I said, that's because my God is about loving. My God is not about rules, not about regulations, not about what you can and can't do. It's just about loving. And several people, after years of being out there wandering, came back because they said, all right, I think I want what you have. I don't want what they have, because what they have still doesn't fill me the way I want to be filled. But I know that what you speak about can fill me if I just will do the action that you talk about. And I would always say, and that's meditation. That's meditation. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I mean. That's what I'm preaching. Whatever you want to call it. It's just sit down and do the action and be with God. Be with that God that you long for. My God is a God of loving. Your God is a God of loving. God is loving. The one true creator of all things is loving. And that's all God responds to. That's all God listens to. That's all that God shares is loving. And the more we can begin to attune ourselves to that and allow that action, both in giving and receiving, the quicker we're going to rise up and find ourselves as liberated souls. I had somebody who's interested in initiation call me not too long ago. And they said, so the action you're talking about, liberation of the soul, comes about when I die, right? And I said, no. I said, where did you get that? And they said, well, I've always thought that you have to die before you know where you really are with God. And God will tell you where you really are once you have died and are focused more in that direction. And I said, no, in meditation, you'll know. You'll know something that tells you that things are different than they were and that you're moving higher up. You may not know it all, but you'll feel it, you'll sense it. Your life will be different. It'll be more full rather than in parts and parcels and ever looking how to fill yourself up fully. And I said, liberation can happen any moment, any time, while you're alive, right here now. And the action of meditation allows that to happen. That way you'll know when you do take your last breath that you truly are a liberated soul and going home to God. You don't have to wait to find out. Be in suspense. And I've been with people who are dying. I remember there was one man who was very afraid of death, and he just struggled to stay in his body and to keep going, even though it was very painful for him. And then one day, a great peace came over him. And I knew it was Spirit coming to prepare him to truly now leave the body. And I walked into his room and he was smiling like I had never, ever seen him do. He was a complainer. He was a griper. He just amazingly stuck in his ways. And I walked in and I saw that smile as I walked in, and I just froze for a second like, am I in the right room? Is this it? And he looked at me and he says, what do you think? And I said, wow, I like that smile. I'm so glad to see it. And he says, I'm at peace. I now know who I am in this peace. And I got what I want. And that's peace and loving. And he just said, thank you. I don't know how you did it. And I said, I didn't do it. You did it. Whatever it is you've done in calling out to God, of talking to God, of needing of God, whatever you've done, you did it. And it came to you because you called it forward. And he says, now I can die in peace. I know, because I am in peace. I'm at peace with myself. I'm at peace with the world. I'm in peace. And 3 days later, he did die. And I knew he died in peace. So, and his family said that too. He just slipped away. He just slipped away. He was talking to them, and then all of a sudden he looked up, he smiled, he closed his eyes, and in a few minutes he had died. And they were just so amazed and relieved that there was no griping, no complaining, no struggling, no fight, just peace. And the daughter asked me if I could teach her how to find that kind of peace, because he had taught her to gripe and complain and bitch and everything, fighting the world, against anybody that tried to make him any different than he was. And that's how she had become. So I taught her about the meditation, and she did it for quite a while, and then I lost contact with her when I moved to Austin. And I hadn't heard from her for a while, and then one day she called me. She tracked me down. This was long before cell phones and all that. She tracked me down, found my number, called me, and she was so happy because she said, the ways of my father are gone. I'm not him anymore. I am truly a soul happy in God. You've given me something. I don't know how you gave it to me, but you've given it to me. And I just wanted to thank you. And that's the last time I heard from her. So I know it can be done. I've witnessed it over and over and over, and I'm witnessing it with you. When I talk to the initiates, when we visit online, I hear and I see souls liberating themselves. Yeah, the body is going to do what the body does, and it's not always great and fun and easy, but that's the body. We can live as a living soul, loving God and God loving us while we're in these bodies. And it eases the process. I can speak to that very much because I do that every day. So find that way inside yourself to really, like Brian said, devote yourself to God, prostrate yourself before God, bow before God. I used to, as a child, when I was outside sitting between the houses and doing my prayer and my meditation, I would often bow at the feet of God. I would just see God before me and I would bow at his feet. And I just loved doing that because I could feel the union with God when I would give myself over that way. So try it. You know, I remember at one church, the minister talking about, or maybe it was the priest at a Catholic church, but somebody was talking about, place your problems at the feet of God. And I liked that. I thought, wow, that's good. And I did it a few times, and I could feel it, and it was good. But then it's when I placed my loving at the feet of God, that made all the difference. I didn't want to give my problems to God. I wanted to give my loving to God. And when you do that, God will flood you with loving. Maybe not the first time, but over time, as you do it and you relax into it and you allow the loving to be the primary full focus and the force that's moving, not the ego, not the mind, not your willfulness. So many people place their willfulness at the feet of God. Now, here's what I want. Here's what I need. Where is it? Why aren't you doing this for me? I know I've heard that go on with people so many times. Place your loving at the feet of God, and you'll find a huge difference. Oh, okay. Well, that wasn't what I was going to talk about, but it was good.
What were you going to talk about?
Oh, I don't even remember now. Something about when I was younger and a lot of different things, but no, this was good. Thank you. And you sparked it. That was a good talk. That was an excellent talk, really.
Nice. Um, do you want to take our break now, or would you like to do like we've been doing lately, a kind of a shorter meditation to wrap it up?
Yeah, we can do a meditation. That'll be fine. So just bring yourself into a place of focus and comfort. Just close your eyes and begin going within. And you might even want to begin to visualize yourself bowing down at the feet of God and just touching those feet with your forehead or with your hands. And know that God is truly there with you and for you. And that as you bow before God, sharing God's loving and receiving God's loving, you are letting go of all the things of the world that burden you, that cause you strife or discomfort. And in that moment, you truly are in oneness. The soul is ever in oneness with God. Now it's time for us to know that, to experience it, to live it. So just take a moment now and be with God, however you want to do that. So just begin to bring your focus back, bringing with you all that you've experienced. And bring back with you that loving, that grace, that abundance that God has for you. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes and we'll move forward to what's next.
All right, so we're going to be starting with getting into the fun stuff.
All right,
We did the
first.
sacred stuff, now do the silly stuff.
Oh, good. Goody, goody gumdrops. Silly time.
At least I'll try to have some silly times with it.
Okay.
Goody goody gumdrops. All right, are you
First,
ready?
ready.
Okay, all right, here we go. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right.
First question. Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, thank you very much for your talks today. I have a question. I understand that I need to invite God into my life every day repeatedly. So yes, I have been doing that. I have a little prayer as Jim has. I invite God into my life to clear the way, etc. Also, I invite him into my meditations as well every day. The question: sometimes I do send my relatives, loved ones, friends, clients into God's light, loving heart, asking him to take care of them. He knows what is best for them, not me. Do I need to do this repeatedly as well, also every day? Because when I do that, I can see the result pretty soon most of the time. Also, when I do not do it, the result is not there, or God's attention kind of fades away after a while. Why is it like that? Why does God does not remember, quote unquote, what I asked yesterday or a week ago? Thank you for your clarification about this topic. You probably talked about this topic, Brian, during your talk today, I guess. I have a feeling, but this question was hanging around for a while. Your loving initiate.
Well, I would say do it as often as you can. Do it every day and maybe several times in the day. God lives in the moment. God is present only in the moment. He isn't in the past. He isn't in the future. He's right now. That's where God's focus is. That's where God's loving is active. And so you in the moment calling that forward into God and God into it does allow that to happen. And if you continue to do that during the day, it can make a big difference.
One of the things I'm aware of in this action, because we've had different discussions around like prayer, sending light, and all that. And one of the things I've learned is that just like in the talk I did today, is not only about devoting and bowing down to God, but it's that engagement. It's all about relationship by putting our attention there. Just like anything, like right now, you asked a question and now we're responding, we're engaging with each other. That attention we give each other is where there's a movement of loving, okay? That's the key to everything, is to engage in loving. So when we pray for somebody or sending God's light, we're engaging with God and the people we're sending light to or praying for. It is that engagement with loving that creates the movement. All right? That's the real key here. And this is such a good question because it makes a good point when we talk about, and what I was really emphasizing today about our relationship with God, that we need to do our part so that we are in that engagement. It's how we, through our actions, really now merge into God, connect with God, align with God, experience the loving. Because, right, you can go about your day, get stressed out, do this and that, but you notice anytime in the day or whenever you meditate, if you just stop, focus in and up and do the meditation, and if you really can, let go and move beyond all the stuff and just get into that connection, you'll see the purple light, you'll feel the peace, you'll have a movement of loving. We had to do something to do that. It doesn't just happen. Yes, God's everywhere sustaining life, but just like the air. We don't think about the air until there's a frickin' tornado or something, right? Exactly, because that movement takes place by our intention, our attention, and then engagement. So God directly in praying is also engaging God with whatever it is we're praying for by inviting God in. We're connecting it all. It's called God, self, and others. We're connecting it all together. So when we pray or send light, that's what's happening. So there's a movement that takes place. And that's the key in it all, because really it's everybody's responsibility to do that for themselves. But what? We all need a little boost sometimes, right? We all sometimes need a nudge, or we just need to uh, know somebody loves us, or when somebody does, it moves something. So it's the same thing, even if we don't tell the person when we're asking or praying for that person and sending God's light and love, it is that movement of loving, even unbeknownst or the person's unconscious. That doesn't mean that they're not going to have something in the move. Just like when a breeze kicks up, the air is always there, but all of a sudden when there's a wind, there's a movement and it can, blow around things to get allergies, right? That's that movement is what I'm saying. That's what creates the shift or changes, as you're saying. And as you said, it's important to do it without attachment, without expectation of trying to manipulate things. If we can truly pray and send the light just as loving unconditionally, that's the most powerful thing we can do. If we put conditions on it, even praying for somebody's healing, if we're trying to manipulate spirit for their healing because we think that's what's best, that can get in the way. Where if we really just send the light by putting our attention there in being in loving with God and the person, well, that loving then truly can come in and do what's best. Because sometimes maybe we're better off getting sick and going through some injury or something, because in doing so, it gets a major karma done. Whereas if we stop short of that, it can just prolong it. So important things to remember, and I appreciate the way you worded it. Obviously, you've heard us talk about this in the past, and it sounds like that's the way you've been practicing it. So good for you. That's fantastic to hear. But to get into how this actually works, I think is a nice conversation. I talk about communion in action, like a communication, but this is the real communion where we're really in relationship with God, not just thoughts or words, but truly through intention and attention.
Very good.
Very good.
Recently, a dear friend died. When I discovered she had made a turn for the worst, I told her daughter to tell her I was coming. I flew into the state in the evening, and by that time she was unresponsive and breathing heavily. I held her hand for some time, and I felt she was not even there. The next morning she passed. I was grateful I was able to see her before this. I had always thought, and I'm not sure why, that she would simply die in her sleep and not have any prolonged illnesses. Yet she had dementia for several years and basically sat in a chair and watched TV or slept. When I had visited her before, she once said that closing her eyes or sleeping just meant she could talk to God more. I couldn't understand why at the end she would have chosen several days of unresponsiveness, difficulty breathing, and possibly pain. She did rally at one point the time a son of hers from out of the state visited, and she could tell him she loved him. They had not been in contact for over 40 years. So it did make sense she had been waiting for him. The question in here regards the meaning of individuals choosing long-term dementia prior to death and a method of death that seems so uncomfortable. Why not just stop breathing and leave? It was difficult watching her breathing at 36 breaths per minute and struggling to breathe.
Dementia is one way that we will choose to go into if in this lifetime we haven't really worked a lot of our karmas free and we want that done. Dementia is a way for us then to work out the karmas in an unconscious state, if you will. And it also is a way for us to work out the karmas that exist within the etheric or the void. And so either way, we're working karmas free, even though we are not consciously aware of it or doing anything to make it happen. It just happens through the movement of spirit and through the movement of our own soul working to get free. So it's really a grace, if you will, that if we didn't get it done while we were conscious, that we do get the work done and before we die, so that we don't have to carry it with us yet again into another lifetime. And I would say that the process of death is just the process that the body is going through. The soul necessarily isn't going through it, especially with dementia, because there's already a detachment of the mind in many ways. So it's just the process the body is letting go. And it's the process of the soul withdrawing and the body responding, if you will, to that withdrawal of life force, that it may look like a struggle, it may look painful, but oftentimes it isn't really so painful, especially with dementia. There's not really the consciousness there. It's just the body responding to the withdrawal of the life force. Did that make sense?
You answered any little bit I was going to share, so
Oh.
good.
Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, thank you for class and everything you do for us. I feel so blessed to have you all and this pathway. Class today was lovely and so helpful. Brian, I'd say you've been more compassionate with others and less compassionate with me. Maybe it's not just your aging. Maybe many initiates are calling. I just want to make sure I read that right. I did. Maybe many initiates are calling forth something else from spirit through you, but not me. Not even anonymously. So there must be something about me calling it forth. Anyhow, for whoever wants to answer it, during the wee hours this morning, half asleep and chanting the names, I saw an inner sun, but it was to the left. It was kind of gold, I'd say. What does that mean for it to be on the left? I judged it for being on the left and thought maybe I should not pay it attention because of that, and it immediately disappeared. Judgments are just attempts at protecting, aren't they? Thank you, and I love you.
When, if it's the real inner sun, meaning the soul level of, any of the realms we're on, it won't matter if it's on the left or the right, okay? Because the soul level is neutral. It's not polarized, so there's no left or right or concern. The sun of the soul is just the unconditional loving, and that's everywhere. That surrounds us. It's like the sun in the sky here, right? Shines on everything. And that's fine. I know, and we haven't really talked about it in a long time, and I know it's in the Initiative Handbook. We talk about as you meditate to really pay attention more to the energy, because spirit in the realms of polarity will come in from above and in front of you and from the right. But if you notice, even the purple light will go into the left. Well, that's because the Holy Spirit will reach in to help free us of the karmas, okay? So the sun, if you're seeing it up here, that it can be anywhere. And I see it too, and I'll sometimes see flashes of light, the left, center, right, it doesn't matter. When that's the soul energy, it's all just fine. So when you realize, and I went through this too, and it's just part of the process as we learn to hold to the front, top, and to the right, eventually as we move more and more into that loving, unconditional loving of the soul, we start to just kind of let go, including the belief systems or concerns around right and left-sided energy, because you realize the focus is really about God and loving. But that does support us as we're the first many years of walking this pathway to kind of build a discipline, a focus, what to pay attention to, so that we really learn and discern to follow spirit and not get caught up in the world and be deceived or tricked by it. So that's good. And in this case, when all of a sudden you realize this and it went away, more than likely that's because of your concern or fear or judgment of that. So when something goes away like that, it's really that our attention, we just directed our attention somewhere else, even if it was unconsciously, or if it was conscious. And that's okay, because this is part of our learning. There's a lot of back and forth, and why you hear me talk about experimenting a lot, because in that process is how we learn, how we awaken, and our awareness. And in that movement, we start to find what is really more of the reality and truth of spirit, and what is that is part of the illusion or part of polarity. So that's the good news in that. And I'm glad you wrote in and asked a question. So you do start to pay attention to that. So the next time you see the sun like that, just watch it. I've actually seen things on the left side, and I've had them come around to the right side. In other words, that which might have been part of the world moved and spiritualized it. I've seen that too. Not the sun usually. I haven't had that. Usually the sun is just always the soul level. And that's always, again, like I said, non-polarized. So that can be anywhere. And that's where, as the other part, if you remember, in Initiative Handbook, not only we talk about the right and left side, but to always look in the eyes, right? Because in the eyes, if it shows up as a form and like a person, you'll see the loving. Well, if it's like the sun, look at the sun and you experience loving. That's the real experiment and what you want to do, whether it's on the left or the right side. If you look into it, it'll be loving and it'll draw you towards itself. If it's an illusion of the sun, and in other words, some illusion Lucifer created to try to deceive you, one, it's not going to draw you upwards, and two, you're not going to experience loving, okay? When it's the real light of soul, there's always going to be a type of warmth that's loving, filling our consciousness. And it'll always draw us upwards. Spirit will always draw us up and we'll always experience loving if it's coming down. So either direction, it's going to be a loving experience. If it's not, that's when you can just let it go, but you don't have to react in judgment. Even if it's Lucifer walking up, you don't need to react. Because in truth, when you're initiated, that sacred name is within you. Lucifer can't touch that. God's grace takes care of us, even in the face of the Lord of darkness or reflection and any of his helpers. Now, he can try to trick us, distract us, and make us react. And so temporarily we might become distracted. That's all that can happen. And that's part of the blessings and the grace walking this pathway with initiation. And I really mean that, because I've had so many of these negative experiences, but every time it's been fine. It's never harmed me, hurt me, stopped me from this movement of loving, because through the process, I learned to let go of my reactions and relax into the process and let God work through me. And it's amazing as you get to practice this in our meditations, let alone day-to-day life, to find out for yourself. Anything else?
No, that's good. Very good answer.
Okay.
Meditation and dream experiences. Hi, Jim and Brian. Wow, what amazing talks today. Thank you so much for being there. Last week, I had a meditation experience where I was looking through my hands and they were filled with violet stars. And then I looked up and saw the starry sky. A former colleague of mine, Steve, died a few days ago. He was most likely the person who had the most to do with me for having the job I have now. When I met him and someone else at a conference 33 years ago, they ended up interviewing me and making me a finalist. He also was the only person who mentored me when I started. He left the university about 20 years ago for another job. I've been confusing neutrality and numbness, perhaps. I was so busy when I got the news about Steve's death that I didn't feel anything, even though I had a lot of loving for him. I think because I have to get through so many tasks and situations each day, I just don't feel emotions, so I can move from one thing to another quickly without reaction. When Jim was talking about emotions, I just started crying really hard about Steve and cried through the rest of the talk. After both Brian and an osteopath told me I was repressing my feelings, I started emotionally based therapy 2 weeks ago to try to feel them more. Steve was the one person who was really kind to me early in my career. Last night I had a dream that Steve was in. We were at a conference again, like the one that he had interviewed me at. I was trying to leave the conference and pack my things, which were scattered everywhere. Somewhere in the middle of the conference, my son's father came up to me and I cried on his shoulder. It was after the conference 33 years ago that I left him. As we were packing, my personal bed was somehow at the conference and a newer colleague was in my personal bed. They had stained it. I asked what happened, and she said her period started, but there were stains everywhere, including the headboard. And she said her children were also squirting paint guns and goo guns at my bed. I started taking off the sheets and yelling at her. I told her she had to clean it up. When I got the sheets off, I found the mattress was also stained. I yelled at her that she ruined it and I would have to throw it out. It was an expensive mattress because I have arthritis and need it to be comfortable. I yelled at her to get out and threw all the bedding out the door. Then it was my house, and there were plumbers who took apart all the pipes. They said I left something in the bathroom. The toilet was full. I said, "This is not my shit," and flushed it. I would love any feedback you have on the dream or meditation. It seems that I was highly emotional in the dream, something that I would not display in daily life. Thanks as always for all your loving. Much loving.
You want me to start? Or you
Yeah,
want to?
go ahead.
One, this is wonderful to hear. And the fact that you started a therapy to start, opening up and releasing the repressed emotions is a big deal for anybody, really for anybody. That's why we encourage it, because those repressed emotions are because of whatever, you can sum it up, we'll just call it stuff, somewhere along in our life. And the fact that in your inner experience, you're going back to where a lot of this started, like you said, in this conference and with the people, that's an indicator that you're going back to where it started as far as like a lot of the repressed emotions and the hurt and the pain. And that's what we'll do. If we don't have the tools, or even if we do have the tools, but we're not willing to, at the time, handle these things, that at some point we're going to need to, or they're going to get worked out some other way if we don't handle them, in a conscientious way, like through therapy. So that's why, to me, I've always found it healthier and easier to consciously work through these things, why we do a lot of the LAF work. So kudos for you, seriously, just for doing that. And in doing that, opening it now through the dreams, now in the inner experience, it's now moving the energy. So the fact that it went to the source of it is wonderful, because to me that says that it's clearing, that you're really now healing these things and releasing them. And all the inner mess, let's just say the blood and everything, a lot of that blood often represents power, okay, like life force. So to me that says this is symbolic of where you've given your power away to others, okay? And that's where you've felt disempowered, and where life's gotten messy, and the stress and the struggles you've had, and why it was all over the place. And even whether, regardless of the source and all the kids and all that, to me that's saying that even though it's one person like a source in this dream, that kind of sums up. And then all the kids are out of the one source, all the different expressions. Like we can have a karmic pattern, but that pattern can play out in many different ways. And so to me, that lady represented the source of your karmic pattern where you've given your power away. And so the blood like that is showing you, where you've given your power away. And now all the kids is saying these are all the different ways that's played out and how you've given your power away. And so, yeah, it's messy at first, but what happens? Well, when we finally had enough of the mess, yes, we're going to get angry, but anger can be a wonderful thing. Like in this case, like you shared, going to clean it up. So you use that energy of anger to now take action to do what needs to be done. So if anything, often people will start feeling hurt and sad, but in the anger, if you go into reaction like that, that's a wonderful energy to get you to do something about it. So to me now, first it often will start as the blame, like in there, but eventually it doesn't matter whether it's somebody else or yourself, you're going to clean things up. And this is a wonderful thing that it's showing you're cleaning things up. And if anything, it is also, to me, saying some of around the arthritis and all, that this is some of the karmas that has helped cause some of the arthritis for you. So cleaning things up, it's going to have some impact, obviously, mentally, emotionally, and maybe even physically to some degree. But, the main thing is just moving forward to take your power back and clean up all the things where you've given your power away. And now you're seeing a lot of the source of where that was and what happened in the circumstances. So maybe knowing that and seeing that over the years since then, you've got plenty of examples more than likely to see how that has played out in different situations, different people, different circumstances. And to me, that's a lot of what I'm hearing in all this, regardless if I missed some of the symbolism or whatever I'm sharing.
No, that was very well done. That's excellent. It is just a real letting go of all the past history of self. It's about her. It's not about other people. And that's good. A lot of healing.
Yes, that's the main message here, the healing going on. So I'm just happy to hear that. And if anything, when we, again, have the inner experiences and dreams, when you're in a healing process that you consciously engaged in, that's just a lot of, the inner symbolism of all this stuff playing out as we're releasing and letting go and healing these things. So that's good news, even though I know it's not fun when it's clearing away. I think we covered it all, right? Or is there anything we missed?
Yeah, he covered it.
Why? What was your question?
No, I think you covered it.
Yeah. If there's any question around like numbness, neutrality, that part in the beginning, was that where you, okay. What you're going to discover now, we don't know the difference until we allow ourselves to feel. Now that you're feeling, those energies are open up. When we're truly numb and we're not allowing ourselves to feel, that itself can be, indicative of what's going on. But a lot of times we won't know if we've been doing it so long and we're really truly numb and shut off, that one, you just won't have the emotional expression or feelings, like you said. But more than likely, you'll even get feedback from people saying like you don't care, you're so cold, you're numb, you're not feeling, you don't tell me, what's really going on. You'll get all kinds of feedback from people letting you know when you're shut down that way, is what I'm trying to say. And so one way or another, you're going to get that, in a sense, a signpost or feedback from the universe around you to let you know when you're numb. When we're neutral, it's very different, because when we're neutral, we have freedom of expression of our feelings and emotions as well as our thoughts and other things. Okay, in neutrality, there's freedom, and we can have the emotions moving. We can have different belief systems moving. We can have basically the movement without restriction or rigidity. We don't feel like we need to protect ourselves. We don't need to defend ourselves. It's like when we're in true neutrality, we're in acceptance with ourselves and others. Things are okay. We're not going to be in reaction. We're not going to have the level of stress or disturbance. But when we're numb, then all these things will either bother us, or if we're so numb, we've just shut down to all that. That's where you'll know the difference, because you won't engage. It's a form of apathy, really, that we've just shut off from that level of connection with those around us. And of course, that's a way to just deal with the pain of separation, which we think is protecting and trying to take care of ourselves, but in truth, it's causing harm. But we all do these things, and eventually we'll have to face it sooner or later. And again, I'm just going to say it's wonderful you're now facing this and starting to heal it. Anything more you'd say around numbness or neutrality? Or
No, it's something we all go through and have to learn to move beyond or above.
all good, or anything else? Thumbs up.
Grateful for the realignment. Thank you, Brian, for today's talk. It brought me a much needed realignment. I'm grateful for the reflection on bowing down before God. It reminded me of a profound moment years ago during a retreat where I experienced my first true surrender. In meditation, I found myself physically prostrating at God's feet, overwhelmed with freedom, joy, and adoration. It was such a safe and nurturing experience that has stayed with me ever since. I found myself physically bowing down with tears during meditation, and it was true freedom. Life feels so full of responsibilities these days, and I'm learning to truly live God first, God only. When I try to control or figure things out, God gently reminds me to surrender and trust. I am realizing that surrender isn't just an action, it's who I am now. It's freeing me from exhaustion and bringing so much peace when I choose God. When I don't, we don't have to talk about it, laugh out loud, as I'm learning. Recently, I had a dream where I jumped into a water drain with my bike and found myself in a beautiful turquoise river gently flowing. At first, I wondered where it was leading and if there would be a drop-off. But the message was clear. This is what it feels like to live in God's will. All is well. I'm so grateful for your support and love and for our precious time together. I cherish it deeply, grateful for any insights always. Much love to you all and ILM community.
That's a beautiful sharing. And if anything, you're just really waking up more and more into the greater truth. And I'll tell you, bowing down to God is just everything, because you're not giving up to God, you're giving to God. And God will give back to you in the same manner. So just keep doing what you're doing and keep moving forward. You're just doing excellent.
For sure. Even that experience, I love it, because to me that movement of the water and the color, that's just part of, to me, the loving and the healing and the frequency of that with what you've been doing, supporting you in this, if anything, what you've been opening to in that flow of spirit.
Question. I think I'm coming up against an old belief system, and I was hoping you might be able to provide some clarity. As you were doing the talks today and discussing letting emotion flow to God, this begging of God energy came up in me. And I realized I have this shame around it and that I shouldn't be begging God. But it feels like it's an old energy of I shouldn't be begging for God for things or relationships in the world. It was like go to God for God. So I was wondering, is the undercurrent of begging for God to love me or hold me or comfort me more about the longing for God, the longing to be in relationship and one with God? I'm just wondering if begging God to love me is working against me, or is this old belief system working against me, trying to keep me in fear and not give me this part of me to God or turn to God with this loving and devotion that's behind it? Much love and gratitude for you loving me and being such an awesome teacher. And then this person has a sharing. Do you want to answer that first?
Yeah, let's answer it first. You want to start or you want me to?
No, go ahead.
Very good question. I love it when somebody has this level of awareness. It's kind of both. That it can be, the begging in a way can be this desperation and neediness where it's almost like we're whining or whatever, and that can hold us back. But when we're doing it, it's because it is about the longing for God. You see, when we have something inside of us where, let's just call it pain, where we have this pain in us, and we'll get into this place where we're really desperate for God. So we'll literally beg, we'll whine, we'll complain, we'll do whatever, trying to move that energy. But underneath that is the longing for God. That's the key thing. And it's great to answer that. If anything, the more you can focus into the longing for God, well, that's really our loving that has been repressed. It's been suppressed because of all these other things. So is that loving is hitting up against those things that doesn't allow it to express. That's where the longing will build and build and build to the point where we get more desperate. All right? So that's not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing because it's bringing it to our awareness. All right? So in the process, just like you heard Jim talk about begging today, it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing because when it's towards God, that's actually supporting us now to move through these things that have caused the separation or suppression. All right? So it's important to keep that in mind. And now as we keep doing that and moving towards God, then that loving as it's bubbling up to share with God, those things that have suppressed it are going to little by little be dispersed until finally they release. Okay? But until that release, we're going to have these different thoughts and feelings and the way we deal with it or express it. The key is not to judge that expression with it, but if we are, guess what? Forgiveness. And as we forgive ourselves, even for judging the way we're expressing through the begging and whatever else you want to call it, well, as you do that, that not only is going to help you shift, call it attitude, perception, awareness, whatever it is, but it's also then going to start to unravel or reveal that which has been causing the separation. And that's where the real forgiveness is needed. So the energy now moves. And then the longing gets answered because now it's flowing. When it's in that flow and we're now connected with God, that's what answers it. Let alone going home to God. But until that's fully answered, it's definitely going to bring peace when we can get into the flow and let go of whatever's stopping that flow. Okay? So I hope you saw how I'm trying to make all of it positive, because it is, even though it can seem negative or judgmental or we're in reaction. Yes, there is that there. Don't avoid that. Don't deny it. Acknowledge it for what it is, but then use that acknowledgement of that to support you now in a good way, because it's all moving you towards God. And that's the good news in it. So do pay attention as you do the LAF with it, and just you'll notice that maybe attitude around it will begin to shift, and then it'll begin to flow more. Because that's part of the learning, is what it is we're running inside of ourselves and the way we're approaching God. So if we've got more of a reactive, judgmental, fearful, negative bent, that's because of the pain or suffering or reactions to things in the world. And that's where our lessons are, but that's where we practice the LAF. So it all goes hand in hand, and I hope I'm communicating that clearly.
And one thing I would say is, rather than beg of God, talk to God. Just talk to him like a friend. And let him know what's going on in your life. Let him know what needs you have in life. And ask God to come into these situations and walk with you through them, and to bring them into balance and healing and completion. And that way it'll happen much quicker, because begging God, it's almost an unworthiness that you're running. And God comes towards you in worthiness, not in unworthiness. So change your attitude, change your wording, so that you are worthy of these things, and let's see what God can bring forward then.
Nice.
I got a good one.
I knew I was going to ask you, Kelsey, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, when I find myself in that place often.
You've had a lot of practice.
Yep. That's when I get out my journal and I write a letter to God. Dear Lord,
Oh,
please help me understand this. Please
nice.
help me to, I beg God for clarity, basically, in so many words. Just please give me the clarity. And then I switch to a different color pen, and I just let a free flow of writing happen, just whatever comes up inside of me. And then I somehow get some kind of a clarity, or a word sticks out, or something ends up coming forward in just a dump. And then I'm able to put my journal aside and meditate, and I'm not carrying that into my meditation. So,
That's good. That's very
that's
good.
how I've kind of handled that, because I find if I go into meditation begging, then I just spin on it and then fantasize about it and then think about it and then emotionally get caught up in it. It's like all the things attached to it in my consciousness that keeps me from lifting above it and really focusing on God. So journaling and getting it out beforehand has helped me.
Nice. Thank you.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Are you guys warm enough now, or too warm? Can I
Very.
turn it down one?
I am actually warm.
That's rare.
I am very
know.
rare.
Well, I was just going to take my sweater off, but now I'm going to leave it on.
Yeah.
Meg will get a blanket too.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just want to say, to me, that's a way of honoring that part of me and not judging it. Because I heard judgment, shame in the question. And it's just to me moving the energy of it, acknowledging it, right? Like you guys always say, when you acknowledge it, that is accepting that it's present. So it's kind of a way to do the laugh, to clear that out and then go into meditation. So I think that's kind of why I tend to lean towards journaling when I'm in a process, because then I can just acknowledge all the stuff and focus into meditation afterwards.
Yeah, I used to have meditations where I'd just go to God and I'd say, okay, God, here's what's going on. And I need your help. I need your clarity. I need your understanding. Whatever you can share with me about this, I appreciate it. And then I'd just not complain, but just lay it all out.
Yeah. Yep. I've done that too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So great question. Okay. So the sharing this person wants to have is, I also just wanted to say, I so appreciate this talk on devotion, as it has been such a key for me all the way. The bowing and prostrating to God, even physically, has really assisted me to the point that I made a commitment to myself and God that as long as I'm in my body, as long as my body can do it, I'll do it each day. And for years, I've kept that agreement. And luckily, I've had that experience inside myself as well along the way, that I can just bow inside and it works just as well, to the point that I've had a few experiences where it's like I'm floating in water and I get flipped over so I can look up. I would describe it as a rubber ducky in the bathtub that I put face down, and when it lets go, it flips right back up. No harm done. To the point that I now have a phrase to acknowledge the sensation that as I bow inside or outside, I say, I turn and face the sun. Anyway, just wanted to share some of the joy and enthusiasm over the talks on devotion. I so appreciate these over the years because it's always been very meaningful to me. And it was nice to feel today like I could say inside myself, wow, that's really what I'm doing too. Instead of the old message of, oh, I'm not devoted enough to God and this pathway, boo. Thanks for the inspiration to keep going in love and devotion to God as you hold my hand and light the way home.
Wow.
That's
very
excellent.
Nice.
That's excellent.
Thank you. I love it. Nice sharing. We'll title that Rubber Ducky.
Okay, next one. Thank you as always and for reminding us about bowing. It has happened to me once in my meditation to bow down face flat with my arms in a cross, and it was a wonderful feeling. I remember in that meditation I had lost all of my trees as they were black and dying, and the entire sky was black and dark, and everything looked dead. I got so sad, but immediately bowed down to God, and it was not an intentional action like we did today, as I did it naturally in my meditation without thinking, but it was very powerful to see God is the only thing important in moments of despair. It was nice to reproduce and revisit this action intentionally that I rarely think about doing in my meditations. Lately, my neighbor, who always talks to me about how blessed he is to live in Hawaii, having a great job, great friends, told me a few times about how unfair life is. I always react when he or someone tells me that life is unfair. I do believe life is very fair, on the contrary, and we are all exactly where we need to be in the right situation or right body or right state of mind, etc. People will argue a lot about fairness, as we always comparing to one another with what we don't have or wish to have. Anything you can share about this so next time I am reminded by someone that life is unfair, I know what to say. Thank you.
Well, whatever situation we're in, whatever body we're in, that's the place we need to be in order to learn, to grow. And if we're angry about it, if we're complaining about it, that's all part of the lesson too. And how we resolve it is the big solution. And it may take a lot of experimenting to resolve it, but let it be okay that you're going to do the experiment and get to resolution, because it's no mistake. All I can say, it's no mistake we're in the body we're in the situations in life that we're in, because we created that for ourselves. Maybe in another lifetime, maybe in this lifetime, but it's the natural law, if you will, trying to rectify itself, trying to answer, trying to clear, trying to get to a better place. And sometimes we have to go through hell to get to heaven. So I would say just allow you're not complaining, you're asking. So I think you understand all that very well. But, for me, I've always looked at and watched people struggle in life and complain about life and get angry and mad about their situation, and they don't find solution. But once they do start joining into it and participating with it, solution comes pretty quick often for people.
That's the big one I was going to actually share about, is that I found that when anybody's complaining, they're actually looking for a solution, but they don't know how. And sometimes they just, because they feel so hurt, they just keep perpetrating it by complaining. And a lot of us obviously will get put off by that, because when somebody's complaining, it feels like the door is closed, like they're not seeking solution, that they just want to complain, and it's a down negative energy, obviously. And when I come up against that, I'll often do one of two things. One, I'll just kind of listen for a moment and then move on if I can. Or I may actually, depending on what's going on, encourage the person to share. So, like, well, what's going on? Why is life so unfair? In other words, encouraging them to talk about whatever it is that's going on, because obviously there's a reason for them saying that. And sometimes if I have the time, if there's the energy there to support somebody, then I might take the opportunity there to see and ask them and see if they go for it. Because sometimes if somebody will start to look at and talk about what it is, in other words, the challenge of why they think life's so unfair, that in that talking about it, it may begin to stir them in a way that they might find the solution they're actually looking for in the complaining. And just depends, you know, I'll try it out. This is one of the experiments that I do with people. I've had people that, you know, the doom and gloom complaining about the world, and I get put off so much. And then one time, one person I think of in particular that I said, yeah, man, it's just terrible, isn't it? It's all going to hell. Like I super enthusiastically supported what they were saying, and they they were in shock that I was doing that. And they went, and then we all burst out laughing. Because sometimes we just need to be heard. And not only was I acknowledging that I hear them, but obviously overemphasizing how much I heard them, that it made the point clear to the breakthrough of whatever that energy that was running. And that's all it is. It is an experiment of trying to answer these energies, to make breakthroughs, to see what we can do, you know, to keep moving forward, regardless of ourselves or somebody else who's maybe bending our ear to try to, basically, they're asking for our support and love. But, you know, it's an experiment. So I encourage people to experiment, like a couple examples that I was sharing today. And of course, sometimes people just, they're not going to do that. They're just going to only complain, and that's that. Well, that's where it's like, okay, take care of yourself and, you know, get out of there, go do something else, and let them deal with their own negativity, so to speak, because sometimes we need to do that. Sometimes we need to be with our negativity so much we get sick and tired of it that now we're willing to do something to try to find our way out of it. And that's a good thing, obviously. I've learned how to take the negativity in a way to let it serve me and others around me. And that is up to each of us to do, because we're all going to go into reaction with these things, but it's how we handle those reactions that make the difference. And so I encourage everybody, just like I've always done and continue to do, it's always an experiment. Every day it shows up, whether it's mine or somebody else's, is how do I handle this? Let me experiment to see if I can handle it in a way that moves it into loving.
That's good.
Kelsey keeps doing thumbs up when everything's good. All good? Next.
Q&A and thank you. Hello, beautiful Brian, Jim, and Kelsey. Thank you for the wonderful sharings and meditations today. I will definitely be listening on repeat throughout the month and beyond. Brian, when you were sharing about the simple act of bowing down, the truth of your sharing rocked me to the core. What an incredibly beautiful action. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. It's nice to hear that.
Question. Lately, when I sit to meditate, it feels as though the right side of the body is asleep, or I'm not really able to feel into it. This initially draws my attention, and then I begin to think there's something wrong. Then focus returns to chanting the sacred name and sharing loving with God. After a while, I experience God's loving filling the right side of the body first, and then moving to fill and surround me.
Nice.
It has happened several times, and I was wondering if there is something I need to do differently. Anything you can share is greatly appreciated. Love, love, love.
I'm just happy to hear that. You're doing great. Man, you just described how this works. When you make it about God, God will take care of the rest. That's what I heard. You were aware of what was going on, and then you really went into meditation, but then in meditation you open and then the loving filled you. That's all we need to do. That's what answers every prayer, every concern, every problem, instead of focusing on the problem. When I do focus on the problem, guess what I do? I do what you just did. Like, okay, this is going on. Like, all right, do I want to get all caught up in it? Or am I going to do what I know works that I've done a million times and open up to God and let God's love into it and let the loving just flow through it? That's what I end up doing every time. Even when I do get caught up in focusing on something and I practice the LAF and do all that, because sometimes in doing that, I find I am able to open to God by doing the LAF. So it can work either way. I just found the quickest, easiest way is just to go to God and let it pour in. That's why we say God first, God only. When we're doing the LAF, we're attempting to do God first, but obviously a little distraction with, if it's the right side or whatever's going on, that's distracting you that you're trying to bring the loving into. But the quickest way is always just go right to God. And as we now have heard today, just bow down to God. It's very quick and then, go from there. So I think you're right on course from what I hear. So anything more you'd like to add?
No, that was beautiful. That was very well done.
You're doing a good job. It's working. That's all that matters is the loving moves through there. And in the loving, if there's, other awareness or other things, it'll bring it to your awareness. And then you can follow up with it. If there's a physical action, or if there's something like Kelsey shared earlier, writing a letter, if there's something more to do, take a look at that. That's always good to do just on a practical level. But if all it is just a movement of energy, you're handling it. That's perfect. It's actually wonderful to hear that. If you can't tell by my response.
I'm going to get a pillow for my back and be right back. But go ahead and start because I'll hear you.
Okay.
Okay, hello, beautiful souls. Is the feminine aspect of God something we learn about with you in council, or can we bring that to class?
Both, all of it. Anything goes here, just so you guys know. I've had people ask me just like this. They said, is this appropriate? Anything's appropriate as far as I'm concerned. Maybe not other people, but as far as I'm concerned, anything's appropriate. Even when it's real inappropriate. If you haven't noticed, I try to be inappropriate sometimes, actually on purpose. For
try.
that reason.
You try?
I don't have to try.
You were
actually.
made that way.
All right, come on, bring it on, man. Here's your opportunities, both of you. Lay it on. Lay it on. Oh my God, like Kelsey's like cracking up. You're turning red. You feel embarrassed saying that?
No, not at all. I caught the wind of Jim.
That's funny. I forgot, what were we talking about? We weren't even focused on the feminine aspect. We were just focusing on if it's appropriate or not. Anything's appropriate as far as I'm concerned. Jim and Kelsey, I don't know, but me, anything
Oh,
goes.
anything. Gosh.
Did you hear my last laugh class? Were you there?
I try to black it out.
Oh my God.
Next time I won't tell you to be so open and just go for it. That's what I get for encouraging you to.
Okay, I was wondering how we might honor the feminine aspect of God when often the sanctity of it can be overlooked or not recognized. Often this leads to things being dismissed or just not spoken of, or worse, shared with the wrong person in trying to understand things. I know it's all one, but a lot of aspects make that one whole. Any insight would be greatly appreciated. Your loving initiate.
Yeah, I mean, there can be a lot to unpack here. You want me to start again, or would you like to
Yeah.
say something to start? Okay.
I have to say my back's bothering me. I may have to go sit in the other room for a while. So,
If you need to, you can leave your microphone on.
yeah, I think I'll go do that.
We'll have to listen long distance. Will you be able to hear us okay in there
I think
and
so.
still answer?
Yeah.
We'll see, right? All right, so first of all, I'm going to address it how we tend to work with all that here in ILM, okay? You hear us talk about neutrality and polarity. That's how we address what you're saying. Simply put, neutrality, polarity. We're always trying to redirect everybody, obviously, to the neutrality. Why? Because that's where everything resides in a state of oneness. So there's no feminine, masculine, there's no right and left, there's no right and wrong, there's no light and dark, there's no this or that. That's what we're really going for here. Because in the oneness of God, it's all loving. There's not the feminine, masculine, there's not all that. That feminine, masculine is just part of polarity. So in ILM, we address that. And yeah, we'll talk about the feminine, masculine, just like, Jim did a talk, that we have a CD on about, the feminine aspects, of spirit like that. But if you notice, even the feminine aspects we talk about, instead of calling it feminine or masculine, most of the time you'll hear us talk about it as what are the qualities such as gentleness, compassion, nurturing, loving. Okay, so we talk more about the qualities rather than feminine or masculine, because when people hear feminine and masculine, automatically it's polarized, automatically. But if you hear loving, compassion, acceptance, nurturing, gentleness, do you think feminine or masculine? Most people don't. They focus on the quality. And that's the way we want that focus to be. Because then it's truly about God and loving and neutrality, not about male, female. In truth, I should stop right there, not even go into anything more. There's too much shit going on in the world today about male, female. And yes, I'm not denying it. Male domination, female's been suppressed, equal rights, feminine expression, all that. I know that's out there. And believe it or not, this is a good thing. I'm for it, for things to balance out. But we're not about all that. That's all the worldly stuff. And guess what? Women used to be in domination. They called them the Amazons, right? Long time ago. Guess what's happening right now with male domination? This is literally global karmas that over eons of time will find the shifts. So to balance out the feminine domination, the males are now dominant, and now the females are rising again. And hopefully they won't become dominant and suppress the males, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's what happens over probably many centuries. But nonetheless, that's the world. This pathway is not about the world. This pathway is about getting liberated from the world of male, female. Okay? And so it's so important to understand that with what we're doing on this pathway of neutrality and soul liberation. Because to get soul liberated, we need to rise above the male and female. Now, in that process of moving through the polarities, well, that's what I'm going to start to address now. So in that process, we're going to go through these polarities within ourselves to find a relative balance, because they're never always equally in balance all the time. Even when they come to balance, they're probably going to go out of balance too. So it's ever that dance, so to speak, okay? This is the play of karmas as well. So just be aware of that. But at some point, as we're moving through, the physical, the astral, the causal, the mental, at some point there's going to be a level of balance with the male, female inside of us, because in that balance, there's enough now where we can open up where the soul can slip through. So in the male and female polarities is where our lessons are. That's the karmas. We got the male karmas, the female. If you haven't heard me say in the past, I'll say it again now. When we learn our lessons and get free of our karmas from our father and our mother, we'll be so liberated. Okay? Male, female. Our parents represent that. Each one brings in certain lessons that we embody to learn and grow through. This world's all about male, female. So don't get hung up on all this feminine, masculine stuff you see in the world. Rather realize that's just the mechanism by which we're going to learn and walk through our karmas. So we have the inner karmas, and the world's just going to give us the outer reflection to work through the inner. So make it about the inner. Don't get caught up in all the stuff of the world and the politics of that. That'll only create more karma for you. If anything, practice the LAF with what's out here, but come back inside. If you've got reactions around that, LAF, LAF. Now also, part of how we have talked about from that spiritual focus in ILM, we've called it the blue light and the pink light. Okay, two aspects, the male and female aspects of that Christ consciousness. Right, you've heard us talk about the blue light most of the time in here, but as you know, for many years ago, we talked about the pink light, and then of course more with Kelsey, having that LAF expression, which has been wonderful to have of physicality with that, so we can, in a sense, have a greater idea of those qualities that come with the polarity. But again, remember, just like on Jim's talk on the feminine aspects of the Holy Spirit, that it's about the qualities. That pink light, the feminine, can be about the unconditional loving, the compassion. That's what Kuan Yin's about. That's what Mother Mary's about. That's what Mary Magdalene, that's what all these feminine representatives or examples in the world is to give us that symbol of those qualities of spirit, not about the female physically, but about the qualities spiritually, as well as what are the qualities of spirit masculine, right? Because you got active and passive. You've got to put them together, breathing in, breathing out. So we've got to find a balance with that male, female on this level, because it's that movement then that helps us come into balance and where the two become one. And what's cool to me, if you take the blue and pink light, as they merge together, it moves us into the purple light, right? It's a blending of the two, where the polarities come together and we move into more of a oneness then. And of course, the purple light takes us into the white. So even on that frequency level, it's pretty cool, the spiritual action that takes place there. Okay, I hope I'm giving justice to this or answering whatever that is, but if who's ever asking this, if you're really caught up in the world, you're probably not going to like my answer fully. But if you really want to get caught up in spirit, this is what we need to look at, is really the qualities of God and of spirit rather than about the polarities of the male, female in the world. Okay? Jim, did you have any more to add?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Your microphone's on?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Oh, you're not hearing it. Huh, that's funny.
Did you hear
Brian, we can hear him.
Okay, good. Thank
We can
you.
hear him.
Awesome.
Yeah, I do. I think that, because I've had other initiates ask me about this, that a lot of times the reference point, the face of God, is male. And so when you and Jim talk about God, you refer to it as a he. And it's rare, if ever, it's the feminine aspect, except when you have said prayers of Mother, Father, God. So I think, and just for me, and then you can expand because clearly you've seen way more and know much more than me, but the little bit that I've experienced on the inner level, when I hear Jim say, he in reference to God, there is an honoring of spirit of God in both. When I saw the symbolic physical form aspect of the Holy Spirit, it was a woman. It was a feminine aspect of the Holy Spirit that I saw, and she worked with me. And I've seen a feminine face of God only once. So I just wanted to share, it exists on the inner levels and is honored on the inner levels. And just like you described, there's the pink light and the blue light on the inner levels. So, for anybody out there that might get triggered, why is God always referred to as a he? And Jim's even shared many times, I've heard him share, really God is it. It's more, it's a presence, it's an isness, the white light of God, the purity. So if you haven't had the inner experience to see that on the inner, I just wanted to share that God very much honors that, and it's present on the inner. And it's just how we express out here that makes it, the way it is. And when I have seen the face of God, it's every time but once a male form. And so it's just practically easier to say he, because that's a lot of the experience as well on the inner. And so it's not a preference. It just is a one way to describe God. And it just is more prevalent to describe God that way. I just wanted to share that from my experience.
Good. That's good, because I think those experiences with people who've woken up and experienced that, I think there's a lot of commonality. And I would rather hear direct experience of that commonality than trying to make up excuses or reasons if somebody has some reaction to male and female. And that's what we're trying to deal with here, is the spirituality of this, not the polarity of it. And that's the important thing to realize. And if we are caught up in the polarity and the reaction around male, female, especially the male dominance, the female more submissive, is to remember those are where our lessons are. And all we have to do is internally move into LAF with it, and that'll release us from those lessons. And it's those lessons that we're here to learn. Those are our karmas. It's not about empowering either one of those or disempowering either one of those. It's about honoring that and learning what is there for us to learn with these polarities within ourselves. That's what it's all here to serve us. But if we react with it, judge it, make it wrong or right, so like I said, there's righteousness and there's wrongtiousness. We're still trapped, but we've trapped ourselves because of our reactions, judgments, fears around all that. That's not the pathway of spirit here. Where this pathway of liberation is about fulfilling our lessons by coming into loving and acceptance with how things are, not trying to change how things are, by loving and accepting how things are, and then forgiving ourselves for any judgments, reactions, fears we have around all that. That's the spiritual action that we really want to hold to. It's a good one, though. I mean, literally, you can take the female, male, you can take, politics, you can take whatever, and there's always going to be, the extremes as well as close to the middle of the polarization, because that's just what comes in this world. You have anything more to add, Jim?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Did you have more, Kelsey, or was that good?
No, I loved what you just said there about
Yeah.
the LAF, and that's where our lessons are.
No, thank you for saying that, because I know I'm not going into it because trying to keep coming back to neutrality, but I've had plenty of inner experiences with female
Yeah.
teachers as well, whether it's Mother Mary or whether it's literally angelic presences or others that have been representatives of this path to sun and light. So there's definitely all that on the inner, no question.
Yeah, I think it's just nice to acknowledge that because maybe
Yeah.
a lot of people haven't had that experience. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, and I don't know, it's a funny thing because I don't know the answer for sure around all this, but I know we've often referred to how the soul in the soul realm has been referred to the bride, I'm sorry, the male aspect, the groom, and the soul, the divine spark in the world is the bride, and that's just the polarity ways to describe the story of the spiritual marriage and the bride returning to the groom to live with the groom is about the divine spark here, going back to the soul realm. The whole story of Adam and Eve as well. All of that. These, male, female, but I've learned it's all symbolic, the storyline of a underlying spiritual action.
Yeah, and where I let it go and learning my lessons around it was was when that feminine aspect and the talks that Jim's 2 talks that you got digitalized, and we put them out, and I listened to them over and over and over and over again, and coming into that place inside myself that I have a masculine and feminine side, and looking more to that than what my physicality is as a female woman body form, but recognizing I have a masculine side and a feminine side, and bringing that into balance and neutrality is where I let go of then the expression of God being always talked about as a man. It was just like, but that's within me too, right? That masculine face of God is within me as much as that feminine face of God is within me. So that helped me to release and let go, where you started in your sharing of, if you're caught up in the outer, you're not going to like, what you were sharing. But if you really make it the inner, then the lessons learned, and it just is okay however it is out here, because the greater truth inside is loving. And it's the oneness of the two that creates the fullness.
That's it. And the male aspect, just like we talk about meditation, giving and receiving, loving, well, the male aspect is the giving and the female aspect is the receiving. But you've got to have both for union. So giving and receiving. And then the male and female are just symbols of that action, and how in that action it's one flow.
And that's where I got it in the Jim's talks, is he actually talks about that with Kuan Yin, Mary Magdalene, and Mother Mary, and the qualities of the male as action and the female is more the receptive, nurturing.
That's right.
And then it's like, oh, that's the giving and the receiving. I'm both of that. And exactly that's where, for me, it bridged the gap. And I went, okay, this is just about the inner union.
And I don't know, but it's possible that even God in the soul realm, as Sat Purush, that face of God that we see as the masculine, can even be symbolic of God the giver. Like God creates the soul, God gives the soul life. So it can be about God now giving expression. That sounds like a pretty good guess. I don't know for sure,
Well,
but it's possible.
And when I experienced the Holy Spirit as a woman, it was lifting, she was showing me how to lift souls out of the ocean of this creation. And so we were diving into the ocean and receiving, right?
Yeah.
Receiving the souls back into the soul realm out of this creation. And that to me is the receiving aspect. So,
Interesting, isn't it?
yeah, very.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Because the truth is, once you rise above the soul realm, even, it's all just like water, the ocean. It's literally why it's called the ocean of love and mercy. There's no personage, there's no individuality. It's just all loving. It's out of that when God individualized as the Lord of the soul realm and started creating souls, that it became more now some form. And then in that expression, then became that which we know, especially in polarity here, male, female. But even the male, female forms physically are still symbolic of just those energies. That's the wild stuff. We've just gotten caught up in the form and attached to that expression. In other words, we got polarized. But we have to some degree, to be here to learn our lessons. So let's learn our lessons and move back into the formless.
I love that. You've been polarized.
You've been polarized. Now we're working on getting you neutralized.
Love that. Okay.
Lucifer's the polarizer and God's the neutralizer.
Next.
Yeah.
You ready for the next one? Okay. Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, I think I could actually say that today's talks have moved me more than any other island talks, if that's possible.
Wow.
The timing of your sharing today was profound. Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to take notes during Brian's talk with so many aha moments that I just wept through Jim's. It moved me so deeply. I felt such an overwhelming gratitude as you spoke, Jim. It was the nourishing link back to God that I was so in need of. The last month, I've been one of the people in the camp of feeling barren when I've sat down to meditate. Over summer, I decided to not take any work for 3 months so that I could rest deeply and focus on sleep after an intense few years. It was helpful by the fact I lost my phone, then drove over it, and then dropped it in the bath. Suffice to say, I got the message and went without a phone for almost 2 months. Almost immediately, the quality of my life changed. I did not miss what I thought I would, being available to talk with dear friends and family. I thought I would worry that if I dropped my connection with my social circle, that I would risk isolating myself and people would eventually fade away. But instead, I was awestruck with the peace that came. Within 2 days of not having my phone, I didn't want it. I tasted life back in the day when we didn't have mobile phones, and I didn't rely on meditations to get me to sleep when I'd wake at night. With this came the deepest return to stillness I can recall feeling in decades. I wanted for nothing of the world, but was also fine to be in it, where I needed to be, but there was a presence and connection with God that stayed with me 24/7 in and out of the world. It literally felt like God and me all summer long. I was in awe of what I was experiencing, nothing but pure devotion, and in awe of how connected I felt to God and how connected God felt to me. I would weep in pure joy. Life was slow and simple and radiant with God. I realized in the first 2 days of not having my phone that underneath the initial fear was really a fear of being on my own in a whole other way. I am single and have no children, and I live in a cottage on a very rural property, rich with wildlife and nature all around, but still very isolated. I was ready to finally face that fear and own it without plans to see people or be in the world for fear of getting lonely. And so I sat still and kept my social life minimal. I fell in love with God in a whole new way, utterly in awe, and also fell in love with myself in a way I never have. Such levels of acceptance. I was perhaps naive to consider that this may last forever because once work kicked back in, bit by bit, it slipped away. I am surprised by how quickly the depth of that connection could evaporate as soon as I started traveling for work and was thrown into a world of intensity. I could still taste and feel the connection and quietly smiled to myself when I was with colleagues and working, able to keep at least a fading connection to God. Yet somehow, back with a new phone and the distractions it can bring, my connection slipped away. So, Jim, thank you so very much. You lit back up what I have been longing for these past 4 to 6 weeks. I am taking in a deep sigh of relief and gratitude. And Brian, thank you for offering that exquisite movement of bowing down at God's feet. I am filled up again, and my soul is weeping in ecstasy to be rekindled again with God. Thank you so very much.
Wow, well, that's quite the sharing, quite wonderful, obviously, as well as humorous in the beginning with all that happened with your phone. And now, to me, I would really encourage you not to give up and give your phone that much power. Because if your connection with God's based on whether you have your phone or not, you need a new phone. In other words, realize and remember your real connection is to God inside. It's not about the phone. Yes, of course, it's easier when we don't have the outer distractions. And obviously, our cell phones can easily become that. And obviously, it does for, I'd have to say, most people. And that's where we get a new opportunity to learn another level of discipline with how we manage that. And I'm not saying in this day and age we absolutely need a phone to live and do what we need here. For some of us, maybe, but it's just no matter what's going on in life, there can be the distractions if we allow that. And so that's true at any time. And yes, the phones and all the computerization and stuff, maybe it seems like there's more distraction at the time, but I'm sure people thought that too when we went from horse and buggy to automobiles, or the industrial age compared to before that. So there's always something, in other words. And if anything, there's a wonderful lesson and opportunity. And maybe you find a way to do that once in a while for yourself. But ultimately, do what you can to not give your power away to the phone like that, and realize it's always within you, phone or no phone. And experiment with that. I always encourage experimenting so that way you get empowered and not let anything disempower you or distract you to that degree that you give your power away. All right? There's great opportunity in all of those challenges or lessons, but it's up to us to take those and to work with it, but to realize that it's our choice. All the power's within us, and it's our choice what we do with it. It's as simple as that. So I'll leave it at that and go from there. Thanks for that sharing, though. That was a good storyline, let alone just fun to hear. But a good reminder for all of us, but also how we, work that within ourselves, as well as manage it externally. Did you have anything more, Jim? Oh,
No, that was just very beautiful.
okay. Cool. Thank you.
Dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, it's been a difficult few months, and I've been aware that much of it has been coming to conclusions. One sign for me was the greater activity in my dreams that I was remembering. There have been lots of schools and universities on the other side with some beautiful experiences where I am teaching. Last Friday, I was due to have a small operation for my wisdom tooth, and I listened to the Luxor meditation and Anahu chant to help clear what could be cleared. But I was not able to have the operation at that hospital because I had high blood pressure. I was focusing on the highest good, and so it still felt okay. But then the Uber I was in nearly had a car accident. After the accident, I started to feel really sick, and so took myself to the emergency department of another hospital. I wasn't sure if I was having a heart attack or not. At emergency, I felt worse and worse, and then my dead dad came to me. I started to feel like I was dying, and everyone came to me. I was really wanting to die and be out of all of this life pain. I was asking God if it was time to go and to give me a sign. I then realized that if I was asking the question, then it wasn't time. I also asked that if there was anything that could bring me back to another life, then I didn't want to come back. Over the next nearly 9 hours in the hospital, I experienced more trauma and didn't feel safe. By the time I left the hospital, I was feeling physically much better, but emotionally exhausted. I know that I'm still here because things are not done. I'm finding it quite exhausting, and I'm looking for help with moving more into neutrality. Help. Much love.
Jim, do you want to start?
Well, the key would be to keep looking inside for truth and inner experience. Because if you're looking outside, even looking to your dad and other people, that's focusing really in the wrong direction for where you're wanting to go. Because they don't know about the inner path, they don't know about soul liberation. So, sure, they're going to open their arms and welcome you into whatever region they're in. So, I would say keep your focus inward and upward and on God, and let God be the one who shares and directs you as to where to go.
Um, I almost want to leave it at that with what Jim just said, but I find it can be valuable or beneficial at times to address the other side of things as well. Okay. Like, I like to simplify it by saying Spirit's always pulling us home, and the world is pushing us home if we allow it. A lot of the times, like whoever wrote this is, acknowledging the challenges in the world, but what I found is those challenges are there, and when there's challenges that we're reacting to, that's where our lessons are. So I find that, as I always do, as Jim, always shares, God first, God only, direct it to God, focus ourselves to God. And there's also value at times to direct also the loving into those areas where we find the challenge, so that we can now take responsibility for the lessons there. When it's hard to do, I know, there's no question. This is like the other sharing about life's unfair. It's hard to do because life, yes, it's challenging, But in those challenges, if we're willing, believe me, it's so funny as soon as we get willing to accept the challenges, accept the learning and stop resisting, it gets easier. I mean, instantly starts to get easier. That willingness makes such a difference to just turn and face life and obviously bring God with you. But start to embrace and look at those things where you find yourself challenged or not wanting to be here. We all go through it. For many years, that was my main motivation, was to get the hell out of here. I don't want to be here. I want to go home, realm of the spirit. I'm sure all of us have that. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have gotten initiated, at least to some degree. But I also had to learn to now accept things that were going on in my life, physically, the challenges, and really start to embrace them and see what I could do to take responsibility for that. And as I did, I found that movement of loving now move through me into these situations. And it built not only my own self-love, but it built this level of compassion that I could begin to share with other people. Because inherent within the challenges, if I came from the place of loving, not only would it free me, but it would literally assist and serve the people around me in whatever the situation is, if it involved others. Okay? And that's what's always, loving is going to liberate us. That's the key here. So part of it, what I'm suggesting is to take a look at those things in your life of what you want to get away from, why you want to die, why, right? Don't get too caught up in the whys, just maybe ask it once, twice if you need to, so that you begin to open those areas of pain, of separation where you've been challenged, so that one, your loving can go into there and transform that pain and free you from it, but also then whatever that opportunity of learning there can be revealed. And that can only be revealed when we move into the loving and acceptance of it. And then the other wonderful thing about that is that it'll transform those feelings, desires of misery and wanting to get out of here and avoid these things in life. And that's, been one of the biggest challenges for me for 11 years, 10 years until I started to do this. And then it literally started transforming things. And I practice this to this day where I'm challenged. I'm like, okay, I don't want to deal with this, and let me face it, confront it, and now move forward with loving and handle it. And I'm literally talking about physical actions, not just my thoughts and feelings, but the physical actions that stir my thoughts and feelings that I don't want to deal with it. But as soon as I start to move into it and do the best I can with loving and accepting, it always gets worked out. And I actually have gratitude for it all. Because I'm like, oh my God, I feel so good because I actually handled this. And not only is it complete and had a good result, but now the way I feel inside, because I know there's a level of freedom and liberation. And so I have all this gratitude now where loving just fills me. And literally the situation and the people that I went through it with. I've done that so many times now. I'm like, oh my God. It's funny, I still have my initial reactions. It's like it's just automatic. This human animal consciousness automatically relaxes. It's a protective mechanism, survival mechanism. We all have it. And it's okay. Don't make it wrong. Don't judge it. Just after you go do your reaction, then start to open up and move to loving and accepting. Even if it's life and death, like literally you think you're having a heart attack, it's like, wow, let me embrace this. If we can do that in life with anything, especially even just the day-to-day challenges with work or family, it's going to transform it. And guess what? That's what we need to do anyway, not only if we want to get liberated, but if we really want to practice, well, what does it really mean to be one with God? Remember, God's in all things. So to be one with God means we've also got to be one with the very things we want to get away from, because God's in that too. So think about it that way. Approach it that God is even in these negative things that we want to get away from. So if we can have that perspective, which is the truth, by the way, that we're willing to now embrace these, we're actually embracing God and bringing that into the oneness with the God within ourselves. And that is the ultimate transformation and merging that needs to take place for truly the soul's fulfillment, let alone liberation, because it's all about going into the oneness with God, even in the minutest details right here in this world. Okay? Anything else, Jim or Kelsey, or should we move to the next?
I would just say that was an excellent explanation. And I love the way you closed at the ending with everything has God in it.
It's so true, isn't it?
Very much.
Thank you, Jim. I'm glad we can still do this even with him in the other room, so it's really nice.
Really.
Is your back feeling a little better, I hope? Supported
Yeah.
in that chair?
Yeah, much better.
Okay, good. Go for it, Kels.
Okay, dear Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, and all. A week ago, I had a dream that woke me up during the night. We were at my daughter's home in the EU, Europe, and granddaughter came into the room to see us. She had a binder, like we used to use decades ago in middle school or night school. There was something in it that she pulled out to show us. It was a skirt she'd made at school, which was a light sand color, long and fitted from the waist to mid-calf. I asked to try it on. It fit me well, looked chic. Next scene, I was resting, lying down on my back, eyes closed.
Oh, wait, was this a dream?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I say that sounds like a nice physical experience.
She came quickly into the room, but I didn't see her as she came up and
The granddaughter again, or whoever the little girl is?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. Yeah,
Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. Just want to track it.
yeah. It just says she, but it's the granddaughter. Okay, now I gotta track where I was.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay. She came, okay, so next scene, I was resting, lying down on my back, eyes closed. She came quickly into the room, but I didn't see her as she came up and lightly kissed me on the left side of my face,
Aw,
at my temple, and then she left.
very sweet.
I shared the dream in a text with her mom, my younger daughter, who wrote back that she had made a skirt like that when she was in school,
That's awesome.
but didn't do so well. Worried it bringing her grade point average. She is a highly motivated gal. When I woke up, I was very happy with a few tears of joy. What could this dream be telling me? The skirt my daughter made, which I didn't recall, and the kiss and its location. We will be leaving in a couple days to be with them for a few weeks. Yay, we haven't seen granddaughter and her dad for a year. I want to share that I have been, and I am so grateful for the website where I go to listen to talks and meditations by the year. I've needed your support due to frustrating insomnia, yet you are always there, always. During the days in late September and October, this lack of sleep had begun to affect me, my brain, negatively more and more. But I was okay with memory loss, low energy, etc. Until I found I couldn't anymore find how to go in and up. And I couldn't chant the names without distractions, so huge I found myself shouting inside. Now I'm feeling better since I stopped wearing the MAD and mandibular adjusting device made of plastic. Admittedly, I've become especially sensitive to toxins and some food, etc. Thank you for sharing some responses to questions and dreams this lovely day in loving your initiate.
Yeah, I've heard that multiple times, that our talks help people with insomnia. Actually, did you just have that yourself lately?
Yep, last night.
Hey, I've listened to talks help me go to sleep. It's funny because the talks do get us focused spiritually and we relax and we open up. And well, when spirit comes in, it's going to help do for us what's going to best serve us. And if we need rest and sleep, then that's what's going to happen. Even though we have the jokes in there, it's part of what happens. So, Jim, did you want to start with this one?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So, I got to backtrack now a sec. Well, one, that's pretty awesome that the granddaughter, I guess, actually did that in school. So if anything, there's obviously a level of physicality here that it can be part of that connection that can also be serving her in her life spiritually.
It was her daughter, not her granddaughter.
Okay. I guess that's where I was a little confused, where I was tracking, because it sounded like grandmother, mother, and granddaughter is what it sounded like for a little bit. That relationship can be supportive of the child in the world, especially around the grades and any judgments or fears around that, for sure. But to me, it's even more so about the inner symbolism and a reflection of that movement of loving. Because think about it. What is that about becoming childlike to enter the kingdom of heaven? And so to me, this is helping, whoever wrote this, really being in touch with that inner child. And the couple things. One, obviously the kiss on the forehead temple there really is that kiss of loving. It's very adorable. It's endearing. And that's really more that gentle, nurturing, loving aspect of spirit in dealing with that inner child. I think that's really an acknowledgement of that. And even the dress, to me, there's both the level of creativity. That inner child is a reflection of the child of God, the soul, is creative. And in that creativity, making especially a piece of clothing, well, clothing is often spiritually symbolic in the inner symbolism of the different karmas or lessons we wear. And if it's coming from the inner child and creating, and it was a beautiful dress or chic, as it was put, that to me is saying that this is something representative and has a positive symbolism in this person's consciousness. So there's, to me, a correlation that this dress symbolizes dealing with the inner child, the creativity, and that loving connection. So to me, that's a great example of a transformation of someone's consciousness and their karmas from shifting what could be seen as ugly or doesn't fit right, where it's challenging, to now something that fits well, as the person said, as well as chic. So to me, this is more symbolic of more of a like spiritualizing the consciousness to embody more of those positive aspects of spirit. And that's how I would look at the symbolism in the dream in those respects. Did I miss anything? Okay, Jim, is there anything else you would add to that, or?
No, you gave a very clear explanation.
Super. Thank you. He's so nice. He gives me all these compliments, but when we start off, he just tears me a new one.
Wait till the finish.
I'm actually intrigued now.
Yeah, I know, me too. Jim, you're pretty funny, man.
I'll tear you a new too.
Wait till the finish. Good one. Good balance. I like the balance. So I almost feel like I'm missing something, like there's something a little more.
They're leaving in a couple days to actually go see them.
Well, that's pretty cool. I mean, ultimately, this is not about the outer, but here's actually, there you go. This is a good example. Spirit will always use symbols that speak to us, one way or another, even if we don't understand the symbols. Spirit will still use symbols that mean something to us. And in this case, there's obviously a physical meaning to you. And so this is a great example of literally physical situations, people, circumstances going on physically in your life that now Spirit can use the actual physical circumstances and items as well as people, situations to speak through the language of symbols in your consciousness, representing, what's going to best work for you in a language, that you can understand more. Like a good example is when I was really in the beginning years, after many years actually, I grew up in Grand Haven, Michigan, and there's the main river through the whole state that fed in the Lake Michigan is called the Grand River. The Grand River, right? The biggest one. And one of the times I was moving up the river of Loving in an inner experience, I was literally in a motorboat. So there was the sound current of the motor moving up the river, going up the river of Loving towards God. And then at some point when I realized what was going on in this experience, all of a sudden the boat went underwater and I started merging with the river, like the drop, like you hear about the drop going into the ocean. Well, to me, the drop went into the river first, where I started merging with that oneness of God through the river of Loving as the river carried me up to the ocean of Loving. So what? Well, that river, the Grand River, right? And then that river even took me by, well, here's another funny one. In Grand Rapids, further up the river from where I was in Grand Haven, was the headquarters for Amway. And they had a hotel there too, the Amway Center. And I went up the river and I went by the Grand I Am Amway, the I Am Way. So I literally went up through the Grand I Am up the river in this inner experience. Because there are things that I knew physically. So Spirit used the symbology with the river of Loving, the Grand River, the I Am Way in my inner experience. And that's how, this is a good point. It's what I'm trying to make about the practicality and how important it is to pay attention to that. That Spirit's very practical in working with us on this journey. And so we need to look at that and keep an eye on that practicality so we don't miss it. Because most of us will, when it's too ordinary and practical, most of us don't give it any credit or pay attention. We'll keep looking for the mysterious and the magical and something totally different than what we're used to. And then all along we'll miss the real spiritual action. And that's the main point I'm trying to make. This dream experience is a good example of something like that. That there's a real spiritual symbology here, but in very practical, literally physical type of what's going on in the person's life. Great example of that. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah? Are you reading over? Where are we at? Is there any more? What?
Okay, I'm focused on, it's an email that was sent to you and I'm being asked to read halfway or at the bottom end of it. So I'm just trying to figure it out. Okay, so what I'm asking, I suppose it's about the relationship between security and attachment. How does one have security without attaching to anything? Home, safety, and relationships are primal human needs. I don't know how to override that in order to live a detached life. I want to create a home I love filled with peace and joy. I have relationships I treasure and friends who have shown me they will walk with me during my darkest times. Both of these things feel like security to me, which as of late has proven to be something I cannot rely on. How do I find security, a basic human need, if it doesn't exist? And do I just go forward in life assuming at any point anyone can leave me high and dry without warning? It feels icky, like I will hold back and not fully trust people. But I have learned you can't fully trust people, and I should always be ready for the other shoe to drop. Ugh. Do you see this nebulous state I'm in? I have also learned the importance of having multiple backup plans, ha ha ha. But seriously, this is long enough. Sorry about that. I look forward to your response. I very much hope you are well and that it is finally cooling off in Texas. Mucho amor. Much love.
Wow, thank you. That's a good one. I mean, that's a really good one that definitely applies to everybody. And we haven't addressed this in a while, but we've definitely talked about it in previous years. I'll just make the first statement bold and right there. The only true security is loving. That's it. Only true security. Everything in this world's an illusion, transitory, impermanent. So in truth, you can't trust anything, let alone anybody, anything, because eventually it won't be here. It's temporary. In other words, there's no security in it. Okay? Now, on that premises, what you can trust is the security, the permanency, the sameness of loving, or spirit, or soul, or God, or Holy Spirit. That is the only security. It's the only reality. It's the only thing that truly exists. And guess what? It's in and through everything we see, all the illusion. God is in and through all of it. So you can trust and be secure in God in all things. Just understand here in this world, it's transitory. People, places, things will come and go, and will come and go through all of that. But you can trust that. Really, underneath a lot of the question you have, and others have that have this, is really the fear of change or the fear of the unknown. That's the underlying fear that we're dealing with. We want to know we can rely on something or someone. That gives us the feeling of security, right? But everything in this world being transitory, whether it's people, places, things, homes, you know, hurricane can come and clear something away. There's been a lot of that going on, right? Yeah, all transitory. But again, here's one of the wonderful, I didn't want to call it a side benefit, one of the main wonderful benefits of doing the spiritual pathway and the meditation. When you build that connection enough and you really get to know that loving, you will discover it is always the same, it is always there, it is always present. All we have to do is turn to it. And whenever we do, the loving fills us, it brings peace, and in that peace we feel more secure. It is only the physical animal body that has birth and death. So we can't even trust ourselves as far as physically, mentally, emotionally. We can't even trust ourselves, but we can trust our soul in God. What do we say all the time in here? Gotta say it every class over and over. Jim keeps saying, God first, God only. Because that's the only reality and truth. So if we make God first and let that be our only security, guess what? You will have peace, let alone understanding everything else is transitory, including your own body consciousness here. But then guess what? When you really do that with God, all the fear of the unknown, including the fear of death itself, will pass you by. And that's what we're doing on this pathway. That's what initiation's about. The angel of death, Da Vinci even wrote I've got a painting actually, a picture, a drawing. And Jim's talked about the angel of death called Yama and other things that comes, when it's time for that passing. But yet there's a beauty there because it frees the soul into that which is more real and assists the soul in now rising above the illusion of death. But yet the body and all that, it definitely is real, right? People coming and going in our lives seem real, but yet, what? So the fear of change, fear of the unknown, those are the things to address. You want to address the fears. There's two sides of the same coin. Tails is the fear, heads is loving. So address those, look at them, just like you're doing. So the ugh part is that which we're talking about there. And the ah part is looking up. Ah, Nahu, to God. And here's the other thing I learned, because when I went through my years in California, 6 years, I call it my 6 years of depression, my challenges, all of that, was the most disturbing, challenging, negative times, but it was also some of the best. Why? Because in going through all this, kind of like what you're asking is where I learned all this transitory, because I was moving multiple times a year for those 6 years. It was crazy. So I realized I couldn't be secure on any place or person or anything in that regard. But in all of that, it helped me of all the transitory struggles, disappointments, upsets, pains, whatever in the world. The only place I found peace was in my meditation, in that relationship with God. So even though this seems disturbing, painful, and negative, and it is, in that, it agitates us in such a way that we want to get free of it. We want to let it go. So there's the detachment part. The negative will help us detach of wanting just to get away from it because of the pain, the suffering, the disturbance it causes. But then in getting away from that, we got to move towards something, and that's towards God, towards loving. And that's where that security and comfort is. When you have that level of security and comfort, one, it's going to make all the negative, painful a lot easier to deal with in the world, but then we'll have a greater understanding and acceptance that all this is transitory. Even when we have a home, family, people we're with for years, even our whole lifetime, that may seem secure, well, the truth is that's transitory too. It just lasted longer, that's all. But if we put our security in that, and our comfort in that, well, we're going to go through even a greater disturbance once that's gone. That's called grieving, like when people, pets, situations are done in our lives. So it's really where we put our attention, which develops our attachment. So if you put your attention more and more and more in God, you're going to get attached to God. And that's permanent. That doesn't change. That doesn't disappear. That you can trust and rely on eternally. But life is set up in a way that over time we're going to discover that. The negative moves us towards it. The positive pulls it towards us. Okay? I'm going to pause a sec. Jim, did you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I think you pretty well said it, because God is the only permanent thing, and God will pull us to God and to our liberation if we just keep looking in that direction. If we look to other directions outward into the world, we are going to find it's not permanent, and that we're going to find that all of a sudden we're alone again. But with God, you're never alone. I know that the physical body needs companionship, it needs friendship and partnership, but we can find that in God. I have. And I'm very fine just being physically alone in the world because I have myself filled up with God.
Awesome, thank you. Kelsey, was there anything more in there that I might have missed? Could you read the first couple sentences again?
I suppose it's about the relationship between security and attachment. How does one have security without attaching to anything?
Okay,
Home, safety, and relationships are primal human needs.
there you go. Yes, so we did address that. In the primal needs, you know, when you really make God first, God's going to support you in taking care of the body. So to me, those are the primal needs. But they're all based on, again, the spiritual, just like we described. Because when you do that, God's going to support you even in the physical, primal animal needs. And that's the good news. And there'll be a level of detachment that you can have the transitory and participate, but then you'll do it in a way where you'll enjoy it, where you'll share your loving. Because you see, loving will fulfill you in this. If you're trying to attach to it, that's saying that you're insecure in yourself, so you need something out here to hold on to yes, feel secure. And that's why it's so traumatic then when it's gone. Okay? So that way, if you can do and move towards what we were just sharing, it'll help you to let go of that attachment in the world where you won't need that. And then you'll feel secure. So that way, then, when you're with people, when you're in situations for however long, you're going to be freer. You're going to just enjoy it. Again, that ugh part that comes with attachment and the fear of loss, it dissolves. Because when you've got God there, there's never anything to lose. And when that's the case, you're going to enjoy more of the moment in whoever you're with, wherever you're at, whatever you're doing. There's going to be that. And the last part I want to say, when you allow yourself to really fully express that loving in the moment, it frees you and it fulfills you. Loving itself will fulfill you in every moment, every relationship, every experience. It's when we hold that loving back is where we feel incomplete and insecure. When we don't hold back and we allow ourselves to fully express that loving through our thoughts, through our feelings, through our physicality, when we don't hold back and allow the loving to move, the loving itself will fulfill us. See, loving is fulfillment. Loving is self-fulfilling. It's when we hold back, we always feel incomplete and insecure. And then we keep having more and more opportunities to finally get to the place where loving fulfills us rather than thinking our attachments in the world will fulfill us. And that's what we're going to keep going until we finally give up, like it sounds like you're doing. That's the good news. Even though it seems like or feels like where you're at right now with what you expressed, seems like, I don't know what you want to call a disturbing time. That disturbance is actually supporting you to let go of the attachment and now start to turn it within and bring it within. And that's the only reality. And then you'll find what it is you're really trying to answer through what you thought was through the outer physical. And then when you're secure inside through the loving, then whoever you're with and wherever you're at, you're going to share your loving and you're going to enjoy it even more. And then the people around you are going to enjoy you more even. It just gets better, in other words, because we've got it properly lined up then. And now the attachment's with God, not in the world. Okay? Okay. All right.
All right. Well, it's past 6.
Was that the last one?
Let me look. It was a moment ago.
Is it something we can take care of here, or is it a long one?
I can read it. It's a short comment.
Okay. And then we'll call it complete.
Hi.
Hi.
From my experience, death really is true love's first kiss. The kiss of life or the kiss of death is the true love of God waking us up either way to a new loving. I just wanted to share that. Death too is loving. Your loving initiate.
Very nice. Awesome. Well, thank you. The kiss of death. I mean, the kiss of love. Well, I'll go with the true kiss is the kiss of God, regardless of life or death. We'll go with the true beloved. What is that phrase, Jim? I am my beloved's and my beloved is mine. And that's about the soul's loving with God and God's loving for the soul. And that's where the oneness is, right? Oh, he's back.
Yeah.
Cool. It's one of my favorite phrases. Obviously, that transcends, life or death as we know it in the world, because it truly is all about the beloved. Just like we look at God as our beloved, well, God looks at us as God's beloved. So that's why I think it's a Jewish phrase or something. I am my beloved's and my beloved's is mine. They'll actually use it in marriage ceremonies, but it was really meant to be about the soul's relationship with God.
That's true.
Because the soul, God is the only true beloved of the soul, and vice versa, like I said. So, our true soulmate, that's the joke, right? Our only soulmate is our own soul. That's our mate we can never divorce. So you better like and love yourself.
And you can't leave it either.
That's right. That's for eternal. But if you don't want to do the spiritual marriage, then don't do this pathway. All right. Wow.
Well, that was wonderful today.
Yeah.
Thank you all very much, and
you.
thanks for
Very
the questions and sharings. It's just wonderful to hear where people are at and how they're moving forward, and honest questions. I mean, wow, that's the best.
Thank you, everybody who wrote in. Seriously, I always appreciate all of them. Nothing's inappropriate. As you can see, there's always such great value in everything. And
I mean, look what I live with. You want to talk about inappropriate?
Kelsey, didn't he just say, wait till you see the end?
Yeah.
Okay,
There you go.
we're done waiting.
That's it.
That's it? It's not that bad. Maybe it is for you.